I feel, darn it. Every time I feel like I'm getting better with this, I realize I'm not. But maybe in time it'll be smooth because it took me a while with TikTok too. So I'm just going to accept it's going to be a process. Oh gosh, darn it. I don't, still looking for the proper cover picture. Well, here's one. This will do. All right, come with me on an adventure as I clean my house. Mo says, did notification work? The miracle of our age. Because y'all are always telling me you don't get the notifications when I'm on live. I just got here, so yeah. Kels, hi, doctor. Well, hello to all of you. Hello. I swear, I felt like going live not only because y'all entertain me as I clean, but because it's so insane to me. I was washing the dishes like a couple days ago, and you all said the tyranny of dishes. Baby, the tyranny of housework as a whole. And I am one woman with no children and no man, bless the Lord. And I am like, where does all this stuff come from? I swear. Sometimes I'm tempted to look for one of those like Korean ghosts that live in your attic or something. You know, one of the people that's hiding. And you think it's a ghost, but it's really just another person that's secretly living in your space. Like, what's happening here? I feel like they popularized that term because there were so many people who found out that they were sharing space without their knowledge. There became like a thing. Kel says she's got banana bread in the oven while she's on her walking pad. I'm super jealous about the walking pad bit. I want a walking pad so bad because I'm finally back getting my 5 miles in on the treadmill daily, but I actually have to go to the gym to do it, and it's very ghetto. I actually saved 2.5 episodes of the new Bridgerton to watch on that. So y'all get some content on that later today. And it was in my heart. You know, every day I wake up relatively early and go to the gym. But on Friday, my trainer does not have official training. So I normally can motivate myself to get up. But I had the worst stomach ache. And because I do live by myself, I could just lay around like a May snake until I felt better. So I got up and now I'm just slowly cleaning the kitchen. Very slowly, honestly. And I'm like, gym, yeah. Yeah, I guess. But normally I try to save shows to watch at the gym because it'll compel me to go over there. And when I tell you I'm not thinking about it, I watched 1.5 episodes of Bridgerton and I was like, meh. Like the only thing that was sort of kind of compelling is I want to know more about the little fake Cinderella's backstory. I have now forgotten her name. Sophie, I think. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I want to know because they're telling it backwards, which I love. I love for all of Shonda's shows. I love the How to Get Away with Murder. I love some of the seasons of Scandal, like season 6, where it's like, okay, we're going to go at it backwards. We give you a scene and then we start telling you how this all came to pass. Listen, I'm a storyteller myself. I love a good inversion. But I don't know that it's such a great inversion. Here's the thing. I think it's genius to do a retold Cinderella because it taps into the things that we all know and love. And I think that the whole Brandy with Rodgers and Hammerstein shows that people want to feel it. You know, people want that sense of belonging. So I think tapping into that with a new generation and another colorblind casting story, 10 out of 10, okay? 10 out of 10. I also like that it wasn't so unrealistic. Like, with Rodgers and Hammerstein, for example, with Brandy, you know, when the prince is looking for his princess, he was just trying shoes on all these random women who were not black. So I like that this guy was like, okay, I know she looks a certain way. I was like, that's good. That's good. Because this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work, my brother. But, and I hope that they will be free. I really do. Oh, wow. Bo says there's a documentary coming out of 8 people secretly living in a mall for years, decades back. You could pull out that stuff before there were cameras everywhere. I feel like people were having a good old time. I used to say when I was a girl, I don't understand how more people have not gone to a department store like Macy's, and stayed overnight. You know that episode of Desperate Housewives where Bree gets drunk because she's an alcoholic and she ends up getting locked in the mall? I was like, how is this not happening every single day? Not people getting drunk and passing out in dressing rooms, but how are people not like hiding under the beds, going to sleep in the dressing rooms, and like making themselves comfortable? I mean, they have beds, they have furniture in department stores. How is this not a bigger thing? When I was a girl, I wanted to do the that book from the mixed up files of Mrs. Basil M. Frankweiler or something like that. It was a movie, but it was a book first. And the whole premise was this girl, Claudia, and her brother, I think his name was Jamie, snuck away. They ran away from home and they hid out in the New York Metropolitan Art Museum, right? And they did this by hiding in the artifacts and stuff at night. And then in the morning, they would go into the bathrooms and they would just blend in with the crowd. That thing ate. I used to think about doing that all the time. Kel said her favorite childhood book, Corduroy, is about that. The bear escapes to the mall and has a little black girl protagonist. I loved Corduroy when I was a girl. I loved the show. I love that they kept it authentic. I loved the books. I was a huge, huge, huge Corduroy fan. I'm happy for you. Kel says her banana bread is done and it's got blueberries in it. I'm all about blueberries. Me and bananas do not get down. I don't believe in them. I do bake pumpkin bread, however, although I mostly bake that to give away. But it's very much like sweet potato, anything. If you're familiar with like pies and whatnot, I think potato bread or pumpkin bread has a very similar consistency. Like it's meant to be stiff, but it's sweet. You don't actually have to use anything else. I mean, you can add some flour if you like, but you can take sweet potatoes and or pumpkin, and make very lovely bread. I gotta be moving around as I minister to you people. I gotta be playing. But I don't understand how people are having families and like cleaning every day. I think I would snap like a twig. Like literally, I'm one person. I ate out last night. Now, granted, I did meal prep yesterday, so the kitchen is a bit of a wreck because I wasn't feeling great when I got home. So I just crawled into bed and I got up late, and here I am. But I'm like, what on earth is happening? I can't imagine how much of my time it would take up if I was expected to be cleaning up after humans every day. That seems like it would be terrible. This actually makes me miss my parents because my dad was like the designated kitchen person. Man, that was good stuff. I kind of understand what it's like to be a man now, or be a man like for the general population, because it's very amazing going to sleep knowing that you've left a mess and then waking up and someone else has cleaned it. It's like, ooh, magic, fairies. Remember that TikTok video about the magic fairies? The men are like, look, when I throw something on any surface in the house, it just magically gets cleaned up. Why don't you do? His wife is complaining about all the work she has to do. He's like, well, why don't you do what I do? Just throw things on the ground and it'll all work out. Ta! I actually am a little bored, so let's do it. Famous Brown 98 says, you have no idea what it is to be a man. You are right. I have no idea what it is to make other people responsible for my moods, to try and subject an entire population to my dominance, to be violent towards people who have done nothing to me, to expect the world because I was born with a certain set of genitals, to cause harm to a population that never did anything to me, to be entitled based on absolutely nothing. You are so, so right. I have no clue what it is to oppress people based on my own personal feelings. To try to enforce a religious code I myself do not follow onto another population because of their gender. Ladies, join in. Mo says, what we were discussing earlier is reheated thinking of the guy. Oh, she's reheated now, thinking of the guy pissy because he grocery shops because his paralyzed breadwinning wife does the laundry and cooks. But oh no, the horror, he has to do the food run as he is at home. Not only that, she had like a 2-hour commute each way because she couldn't drive because she was paralyzed by somebody else's action. So we're talking about a Reddit story. If you are not following the crazy stories on Reddit, what can I tell you? Follow them so you can know that men are garbage. Because, yeah, so the story was this woman is just living her own life and she was paralyzed in an accident she did not cause. You know, she now has debilitating pain and she cannot drive because I think she's got like a traumatic brain injury. And the doctor said, cut it. And it's literally only temporary. The doctor said you can't drive for like 6 months. Her husband is now complaining because this woman, in spite of all of her ills, has gone back to work, but she has to commute because her doctor said she cannot drive. BT Dub, the husband only works part-time, but he doesn't want to drive his wife to work, even though it would only be like a 30 to 40-minute drive, because that would interrupt his routine. So everybody who's ever used public transport knows it takes way longer to take a bus or a train to your location than it does to drive there. So she now has an hour and a half with no traffic commute both ways. So obviously there are days when it's more, so he has to do the food shopping for himself, the horror. And he's complaining and telling his wife that she needs to do more around the house. I'm like, when is she home? She's getting up super early in the morning to make this hellishly long commute, and then she's getting home late at night after working all day. The husband freely admits she is the breadwinner. I'm like, what the fuck are you bringing to the table? Buy us groceries and shut up. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to leave this one up here, but we're gonna do what we can. But yeah, I cannot imagine. And honestly, when I start thinking maybe what we see sometimes are extremes, you have to realize women will brag about their man doing the barest of bare minimums. Women will brag about their man being a quote provider when he literally does half the bills, when they're going 50-50. So if women had something positive to say about men, something actually positive, they would say it. Like, we don't see we don't see a tilted perspective. If anything, we see less of the truth than we should, because women still be coming online lying when they look for advice. When they tell us their husband didn't get them a gift, got them a butter dish, got them an egg apron, and you tell them, hey, this is terrible, you should leave the situation. Then they come back and try to lie to you about all the great things he does. When they're telling you, hey, my husband eats shellfish knowing I'm allergic, it tastes so good to him knowing I might die. And you tell them you're in an abusive marriage, oh no, you don't realize he does the dishes. So if women actually had men they could brag on, they would be bragging on them 24/7. So we cannot even comprehend how bad most relationships are. And again, it's one of those things, you don't have to believe me. You know some women, don't you? You yourself know women who are married or in relationships with men, right? How would you describe those relationships? Do you want to trade places with anybody you know who is married to a man? Fun fact, but this is a true story. I was watching one of those Reddit things last night, and the guy said, am I the asshole for cheating on a game show? He went on one of those Fear Factor type game shows. Looks like it was in the UK. But they said you have to write down 5 fears. He wrote down 5 things that are scary, but he's not afraid of. So I think he wrote down like spiders, snakes, lice, roaches, whatever. Obviously, he got challenges involving things he wasn't afraid of, won the show, got a car, and, was asking for opinions about whether or not they were, he cheated. So I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about what I would put down if I had to put down ordinary things that seem scary that I'm not actually afraid of. And I couldn't think of anything because I said the main thing that I would be tempted to put down, but I'm really afraid, would be like an ordinary marriage. Like, that sounds more terrifying than any creature roaming around. Like, baby, bring on your big dogs. Bring me a mastiff, bring me a hungry Great Dane. Give me something. Give me anything. You got a lion handy, a tiger, a bear. I will take the bear. People are like, man or bear in the woods. Baby, man or bear in your house. Like, have you seen the videos with bears? Bears are walking around curious in your house. They might open the fridge and take some stuff out. They might knock stuff off your furniture or whatever, knock your furniture over because they're wild animals. But they're not like punching holes in the wall because you said, turn off the football game and spend time with your kids. Mo says taxes are a fear. That's a real fear. See, I couldn't say that. I'm looking for an ordinary thing I'm not afraid of that sounds good. But yeah, no, taxes are actually a fear. She said not having my name on the deed, health woes, 100%. 100%. I didn't like Star Search when it was on the first time. So Mo says, to think they're bringing Fear Factor back right now. The era's changed, just like Star Search. She doesn't see much resulting from it. I never liked Star Search. Remember back when Ed McMahon was hosting Star Search? My family used to watch it, and I was like, what the hell is this? Like, what is the point of this? To me, Star Search never had the appeal of an America's Got Talent or something like that. And mind you, I don't even like AGT. My dad loves it. Oh my God. My dad loves it. That man cannot get enough of America's Got Talent. Star Search was awful, wasn't it? They always had the worst of every category, and they never picked the right winner. They have had some big names on there over the years, and those people have never, ever won. It just goes to show you, the people on Star Search, something's wrong with them. Like the judges. Clearly a bunch of loons. All says, what to do if it's hard to handle a breakup? Well, you can message me for a one-on-one consult. The email's right there on the screen, conquerorperish2020@gmail.com. And it's not just for breakups or relationship issues. It can be anything. If you've got a family matter, if you've got issues with your friendships at work, I do dissertation advice, whatever you like. So yes, sometimes you do need a personal assistant with that. But honestly, 9 times out of 10, if you're having an issue with a breakup, you're remembering the way it never was. Just think about what the guy actually really was like. Don't romanticize it. Don't think about like the 2 good times you had. Think about like the day-to-day, and you'll be over it just like that. Oh my God, no. Mo says she put a camera in a sector of her home because she felt something was off and it could possibly be weather related. No, it was a 4-legged creature that had the nerve to come up to my camera as if for a chat. That is so, so funny. Did my dad think Gabrielle Union was shorted on AGT? She refused to watch, or you refused to watch. After I explained to him what happened, yes, because my dad is not online at all. Like, at all. My mother refers to Facebook quite seriously as Facialbook. Yeah, they're not on social media. So he did not know or understand what happened with him until I explained it. One thing about my dad, though, he's such a great learner and listener. So one day, my dad loves old movies. He called me into his room. He's like, who's that? It's a great game we play. And he is so good. Oh my God, it's terrifying how good he is at this. You can show him somebody who looks completely different, no kind of background, and he will always guess the right person. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good, especially if I see a voice. If I hear a voice, I can pretty get the person. So he's like, "Who's this?" I said, put the audio on so I can hear the voice." And he's like, "No, because then you're going to get it right away." And I was like, "He looks kind of familiar, but I couldn't tell you." And the guy had on a hat. It was a demographic. I said, "I give up. Who is it?" It was James Earl Jones in this really, really old movie. And, the hat was covering whatever percentage of his face. I couldn't hear him talking, so I didn't know who it was. And this is like right after he died. And I was so disgusted. I was like, "Oh, he's dead to me." He's like, "What's going on?" Because, me and my siblings love Lion King. We literally walk around reciting Lion King from memory. Like we interact by telling each other Lion King lines. He's like, what's up? Is this a new thing?" I was like, "Well, it's been a thing for a while. I just didn't want to bring the family down." But I show him the clips of James Earl Jones. I show him like some of the videos and stuff that I've done on it. And my dad's like, "Oh, I had no idea. He's trash. Canceled." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, he goes with the flow, my dad." Who else did I have him hating? Some old. Sydney. When Sidney Poitier died. Now, when Sidney Poitier died, I wasn't gonna do nothing because my dad loves Sidney Poitier. I'll give you an example. A couple of Christmases ago, my dad is so not into technology. He will talk. You got the Direct TV remote. You can hit the little microphone button and you can talk to it. When my dad discovered that feature, he could not sleep at night. Okay, he was so excited. So he would literally speak into the mic and say, "Sidney Poitier," and see if they had any of his movies on direct, like on, the little free movies. So Christmas, I always cook, and my dad will normally sit next to me and like do some prep work. I'll have him chopping potatoes or apples or something like that, and we kind of hang out. And he actually watched Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and then just looped it and watched it again. Now, this is not unusual. My dad can sit and watch the same movie over and over again, like back-to-back viewings. But he had it on like all day. He loves Sidney Poitier. And he tried to get me to watch that awful To Serve With Love. I think that is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But he was super, super, super into Sidney. And when Sidney died, I just wasn't gonna say anything. I was like, because one thing about me, I don't like it when somebody who I like or who I was really into passes away. People want to like make my thing about them. Like, it's good to be circumspect, especially if you care about people. So I just let him have that. I called him. I was like, "Oh my God, I heard Sydney passed. I'm so sorry because I know you must be sad." And I was just letting it live. But like down the line, I think I was doing something about Diane Carroll. And my dad, whatever, he was a little boy. My dad was born in '63, so he was a little boy when all the stuff with Sydney and Diane Carroll was going on. So he didn't know anything about anything. So I just explained whatever about that. Now, my dad did know that Sydney had been married to a white woman for umpteen years because, he's seen him at the AFI and all that stuff, and he was getting all those awards. And he was like, "Absolutely not." 0 out of 10. But yeah, when I told him about the other stuff, he was like, "Trash, canceled." So yeah, he's just great. I love that. So Mo says, "By the way, Venus Williams' weddings videos dropped, and the banter with Serena. Venus is referencing her Italian man and how within 2 weeks of meeting her now husband, she had surgery and he cared for her." I'll talk about a video I saw earlier. Now this wasn't a Reddit story. This is just a TikTok girl telling a story. And I said, "I really want to stitch this if I have time." So it's a black girl, and she's like, "I just want to give you all the context. I just lost a 16-year friendship over this, and I don't feel any ways tired." So she's like, there are two people. One guy she used to consider her best friend, and his sister, the brother and sister. She's friends with both. And she's like, she's kind of fallen off with the brother. And now she's more friends with the sister, but she still considers him a really good friend. So she asked them, do you guys want to go out to dinner and hang out? This is one of her favorite places. The guy said, yeah, but he was talking slow. Like he was being like a little dicky, like he had an attitude. And she's like, whatever. And so she says they're out at the place, they're having a great time, she and the sister, and he's still like having an attitude. And she's like, live your life. I mean, I don't know why you came out here to have a nasty attitude, but life is going on. So she's like, by the time they get to the parking lot, she thinks everything's lightened up and all of them kind of like playing around or whatever. And she gets the sister in a fake headlock. You know, they're pretending, they're like kind of pretending to push or whatever. And then the guy gets her in an actual headlock. And she says, whoa, my wig is not secured. Like, let me up. And the man lets her go, and she thinks that's the end of it. And she's walking away, and this man snatches her wig off of her head in the parking lot of a restaurant and like throws it on the ground. And she said, I'm never speaking to you again. She's like, she picked up her hair, she went on about her business. And she said there must have been some kind of confusion because first of all, she said he was supposed to come over and fix up some bookshelves for her. And she said, I would literally put the shelves on my head before I let this man come to my house. She's like, no. I think she communicated to the sister. She's like, no, I'm a woman of my word. I'm not ever speaking to him again. And she's like, wait, what happened? Because the sister said she had actually also been walking away. So she had never seen after the man got her in the fake headlock. She had never seen what happened after that. So after the sister heard, she's like, oh my God, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. But she's like, even if he apologizes. But I was like, I say all this to say, that's your base level dealing with the demographics. That's literally the base level. Like that's the entry level. Like the reason why black men will come at you like that is because look at what passes for so-called comedy. You see men snatching off women's wigs all the time. I mean, you also see women snatching off their own wigs, but that's another whole nother story. But they think it's funny to put you in a position where you are vulnerable and humiliated, and that's what passes for comedy. I mean, think about all of the things you have ever seen with a black man snatching a woman's wig off. I really just want to say this since you came to live. I'll tell y'all. I just think it's funny how. Remember that girl, that black girl with like, I think it was a green wig? Yeah, it was a green wig. That white man came and snatched that off her head, and y'all ran and got that man fired, as you should, because it really was a hate crime. You know, her wig was secured. He snatched her hair literally physically out of her scalp and injured her. And even if it hadn't been that, even if it had just been a Party City wig and he snatched it off her head, it like, what the fuck? That is a hate crime. But how come you can recognize it's a hate crime when a white man does it? Like you all found that man's firm and you made it go super viral. He lost his job, as he should. But my grandfather used to say, you play with a puppy, he'll lick you in the mouth. And that's just another way of saying, well, it's saying two things at once. First of all, you teach people how to treat you. And if you let people think certain things are okay, they're going to think certain things are okay. So I feel like a lot of times black women are stuck trying to enforce standards in the wider world because they let black men treat them like garbage and then get mad when the world wants to do the same thing. And I can see other people like acting like they're about to get mad, and let me tell you who doesn't care, me. Because if it's not okay for any man to do that to you, you have to draw that line with your own community first. But you cannot, I think personally, me, try to draw a boundary that you've never drawn here. Like, not only do you not draw the boundary here, not 90% of black comedy literally consists of black men humiliating black women. Tell me it's a lie, because you can't. Like, if they are not putting on wigs and pretending to be you, and dressing up as you and rolling their neck, Shanae, you know, literally all of In Living Color, the whole Jamie Foxx repertoire, Big Mama's House, Tyler Perry. Like, this is all they have. And I'm not even talking about the minor creators. I'm not even talking about the guys on TikTok and Instagram. I'm literally just talking about the things that you all have put out into the mainstream media and made millions of dollars on. So if you do not want to make that okay, if you want to get mad when white men or gay men do it, You have to start with getting mad with black men because they're the ones who popularized it and made it okay. Oh, one thing about me, I'm talking like a Baptist preacher. Y'all mighty quiet out there. Y'all mighty quiet out there. Says the black women cosplay black men do is so bizarre. It's not bizarre, it's hatred. It seems bizarre because it's not funny and it's not meant to be funny. Like, men do not joke. They tell you the truth and they laugh to take your temperature. Like, when they are portraying you as masculine or ugly or loud or whatever the cause du jour is, that is what they really think, or that's what they want other people to think. Because a lot of these things black men don't think. And I'll prove it to you right now. The main black men who make their bread and butter off of spreading these kinds of stereotypes, you look at who they're with, like in secret or on the quiet, and it's literally that same kind of woman. For example, Dave Chappelle had a whole affair with Azalea Banks, married to an Asian woman, but had a affair, like not one night, not hit it and quit it, had an affair with Azalea Banks, and he acknowledges this. So this is not like a rumor or whatever. This is like he's openly admitted this. Literally, you can go see his stand up. So remember how black women were supposed to be this, that, and the third, and he had to talk about y'all, and that's why he married an Asian woman? So why are you having an affair with an Azalea Banks when you have your queen at home, babe? Tell me what's going on. It's because these men run their mouths so nobody else will want you, so you won't be hot trade, and they can have you on their terms. So they can have you when they want, where they want, without having to basically take responsibility and step up and be a man. And that's actually why they get so bitter towards men like Russell Wilson. Because think about it, guys. If a man has somebody who other men genuinely, on the real tip, do not want, you're not going to hear about it. Like, they might make one little whatever, one little Instagram post or something like that. Oh my God, I can't believe so-and-so got married. But on the real, you will not see any long, sustained campaign of hatred towards a man who has a woman who they for real don't want, because A, they don't care. And men are very attention motivated. Energy goes where attention flows, you know? They're only going to give attention to women who they want to be giving attention to. And that includes negative attention. So you see so much negativity flowing towards Russell Wilson because they're angry that he has access to a woman, not only that they want, but that he has what they want. What they want is a beautiful black woman. But they're not willing to take the steps that he's taken to get one. You know, he stepped up to the plate. He treated her well. He treated her son well. He made her his wife, and he has not stopped there. He has treated all of the family amazingly. He keeps on spoiling her and uplifting her. He's put her on to whatever financially, you know, he's bought, I think it's a Major League Baseball team. I know they have a soccer team. Like, they're jealous because it's the whole package. It's not like they don't have access to black women. They got plenty of access, but they want what he has, that happy life, but they're not willing to do the work that he's willing to put in to attain that happy life. Child, that's grown folks' business. I don't get in that. What's up, Helena? Yeah, El Bunny says, my friend was talking to a white guy and a black man came and interrupted their conversation to ask for her number. The man literally avoided her like 10 minutes earlier. And if you watch the, Siren Stories of Barb, I love her. She's a great creator over on TikTok. She is married to a white man and she was a college athlete, and she talks about this all the time. She's like, black men will either ignore me or maybe be persnickety until they see my white husband or they hear from somebody else I'm married to a white man, then it's all smiles. And she's talked about like actual people in the world doing this, like Dennis Rodman. She's like, I was in a club and Dennis Rodman was sitting on my side. I was being nice and he was giving me the cold shoulder until he saw I had a white man, and then he bought me a drink and it was all smiles and conversation. They really feel like you are thirsty and hungry for their attention until you show that they, are not your desired person. And all of a sudden, they're like a child with a toy. The other child had the toy, and all of a sudden, they want the toy back. Oh my God. When the toy was just sitting there, it was the most uninteresting toy in the world. And now that somebody else has shown an interest, they must have it back. It is the most interesting thing in the room. Ooh, now Mo, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. White, aligned feminists that can't unpack their misogynoir don't like Russell for, quote, keeping Sierra pregnant. No chat against Lil Wayne, though. No chat against Nick Cannon either. And that's why I don't say anything. Like, when I saw Russell begging Sierra, I think on the interview, well, it used to be the Ellen Show, I don't know what it is now, for more children, I didn't say a mumbling word. Because, first of all, they grown, they married. And I don't know their dynamic or whatever. And I have never seen anything that would lead me to believe it is toxic or, somehow abusive or whatever. And that man looked like he worshiped the ground she walks on. So if she doesn't want any more, she doesn't want any more. Although I have to say, as someone who is one of five from very loving parents, I think that, I mean, great. I'm of two minds about this. I'm of two minds. I think that people who are responsible and loving and whatnot should have more children, because I don't think big families should be the exclusive product of men who are creating broken homes. It shouldn't just be the Dwight Howards and James Brown, 13 kids, guys, 13, and John Singletons of the world that are keeping women pregnant. It's really not fair. Like, you should be able to have a singular big family under one roof with a loving mother and father. And if anybody ought to have a whole gang of kids, it's actually involved parents. That would be one part. But I don't, like I said, I don't try to know into other people's business because I'm not having children no way. So, but yes, as one of five, I think that sometimes people have I won't say jaded, but just an unexposed notion of how many children a happy family has. Girl, you never lied. El Bunny says all the criticism is against Black women relationships and not the Black men who threaten Black women's lives on the daily. If I was going to criticize, it would be the abusers. Okay, if I'm going to criticize, it's going to be against the murderers. I have nothing to say against happily married people and how they choose to grow their families. But it's all competition. So El Bunny says, anytime when I'm with a non-Black man, I'm suddenly treated by Black men like a princess. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? They want attention. And I've been saying this for literally 10 years. Black men actually are not interested in white women. They're not particularly interested in Black women. They are interested in white men. And so whatever white men do have, say, whatever, they want to copy. Oh no, I didn't know Black journalists were arrested. But child, now if they didn't know better, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, because really, they didn't see that coming. This is just my live reaction, because I literally had not known any Black journalists had been arrested. But like, honestly, I'll tell you what, and I can say this as someone who is talking about someone on the ground. So you all know that my godmother was the first Black reporter for the paper in our area. Okay? She's actually Pulitzer Prize nominated, fun fact. But anyways, she was nominated for covering riots back in the day. And she said they gave her the assignment because, of course, the white people didn't want to go down to the riots about actually police brutality, but that's really neither here nor there. And so they sent her thinking she was going to be in whatever danger or whatever. And she says, I was perfectly safe. Because, of course, riots are always dangerous, but I'm a Black reporter going to a Black area, and they know I'm here to tell the story of what's going on, so I'm fine. I say all that to say, as someone who knows a Black journalist who's been in the journalism game for, oh God, I think she just celebrated her anniversary, was like 60 years. I'm going to call her. as someone who knows someone who's been in the game a long ass time, you go to your area, okay? You go to your area to report on the craziness going on in the world. Why? Why would you go to the place where you stand out? That is begging for problems. So I said what I said. Y'all said Don Lemon. Don Lemon got arrested for real? I literally just got up like an hour ago. My stomach is killing me. Damn noodle face. Child. And Shanika says, I notice how quiet black men are about Corey Holcomb smacking that woman. Don't even let me say what I think. Really, really, really? Child, I was in my bed getting my good rest. I had the worst headache when I first got up at 7. And that's the other thing. Not only is Don Lemon a black journalist and a queer one at that, he's also no longer affiliated with a major network. You know, he was released or whatever happened with him and CNN. And so you don't even have the protection of a major news outlet, which would fight on First Amendment grounds or whatever. Like, it's all you. You no longer have a corporation with bottomless pockets to support and defend you, which is the only way I would go out to any of this stuff. And like I said, if I were a black reporter, I actually studied journalism in school, fun fact. If I were a black reporter, I would be going out literally to like a BLM or something like that, something where I know I'm going to be all right. But if they said, black reporter, go talk about Minnesota, nah, I'm good. I'm real straight. You go right ahead, baby. Yes, probably. Independent media is under attack, says Levy and Rose. Mo says she mentioned Bondi bragging about detaining them. But here's the gotcha. Actually, let me get my charger because I don't want the phone to die while I'm getting ready to say this. You really do have to know. Says you have to know which battles to fight. And that's survival. Honestly, Don Lemon's main problem in this life is that he has long-term seemed to struggle with awareness of his identity as a black man. Like, remember when the deal went down with him and CNN? He started telling the truth about some stuff, and people started making those videos about him, or like those memes. It was mostly on X, but they were like, "Oh my God, Don Lemon went from clapping on the 1 and the 3 to clapping on the 2 and the 4." Don Lemon went from, wearing his pants like Urkel to sagging them like Coolio. Like, it was a joke, but it wasn't really a joke. It was like that whole video on SNL, the so-called parody, The Day Beyonce Turned Black. A lot of people who want mainstream success in America, like black people, have tried to assimilate, which I don't think there's anything wrong with doing what you need to do at work. But I'm not talking about code switching. There's a difference between code switching and assimilation. Like, he was trying to assimilate in a very daily sense. And I genuinely, I don't wish any ill on this man. I don't even really know what happened, as y'all are just telling me. And I hope it resolves and that he's okay physically. But I also think that certain skills of survival, were not passed along or were not known to him because he wasn't with the people who could have told him, hey, buddy, this isn't the way. Because, I mean, nobody in the whole National Black Association of Journalists or whatever, none of them said, hey, man, this ain't. But see, you have to go to the meetings. Literally, Elle says, if I'm not CNN, CBS, or other reporter, I'm staying my ass home. And that's on period. Like, literally. Did you not see what happened to that Australian woman at the last thing when they literally aimed for her with the rubber were they rubber bullets or was it the bean bags? Whatever it was, she's standing in front of the camera, one of those giant news cameras. She's got the microphone in her hand. But because she wasn't associated with one of the big news corps, the people, the little Gestapo people had no problem turning their stuff right on her. And baby, those things are projectiles. Again, I think a lot of times because of the names, because they might be rubber, because they might be beanbags, people don't understand the force those things are meant to hit you with. They are crowd dispersal agents for a reason. You can get really, really injured. I don't know if you remember all back to the pipeline protest. Remember, they were showing those girls who got popped with rubber bullets and they were losing limbs. You will be and severely injured out here. Like, yes, at close contact, at close range, those things are deadly. Any projectile is. Even a what do you call those things? Even a blank can kill you. If you shoot a blank round close enough, you can kill someone. So nah. Let me tell you who's inside all 2026. It's me. Catherine O'Hara. Who is that? It sounds familiar, but who is that? Someone tell me. Y'all know I'm awful with names. I'm good with faces though. That's cute. What a great name. Quadratis equation says she deactivated and deleted TikTok. She's barely over there, so no need to give them access. Honestly, it's something worth considering. Kevin, oh my God, yes, the redhead, Kevin's mom. Oh man, yeah, no, Catherine, she's great. Yeah, yeah, I've actually seen her in a few other movies. Yeah, I always like her. She's so distinctive looking. That's too bad. Uh, Fun fact, the guy who played Kevin's father stars in my favorite episode of Law and Order called DNR. Season 10, go check it out. And Law and Order in its entirety is on Hulu. So if you want to see all of the original 20 seasons, because the original is still the best, check it out there. Oh, yeah. Mo says sensationalism doesn't work the same as with ambiguous brown bodies. The same as John Browns get their complexion of protection revoked for bucking against the status system. I will add to that a lot of these well, I'll just say black celebrities. A lot of these black celebrities, they go into these spaces thinking that, oh my God, my fame will protect me. And a lot of them are somewhat divorced from the reality of being an ordinary black person. Like, that's why you saw a lot of the people out there in 2020 and they were taking the pictures and they were like at the forefront. But you can step back or that nothing is really going to go down because you have your name. You're divorced from the reality of the everyday experience. And I think sometimes that mistaken impression will lead you into danger. I think that's what happened here. Oh well. I think us regular people know enough not to be going out. And I want to be clear, if the spirit moves people to go out, by all means. But we the people, I've been telling y'all, it is incredibly dangerous. I wouldn't do it. But, y'all go off. Yeah, criminal intent's great. I cannot imagine the circumstances. See, that's a helicopter right now, and not so much as an ordinary helicopter, but child, if the deal was going down right now, I would stay right inside. Lynette says 2020 was a time. It really was a time. It's like it wasn't even real. You look back and it's surreal. Did his dad pass away? I didn't know that the guy who played his dad had gone. He was in a lot of stuff too. Literally, Mo. Legit. It's a lesson that we all have to learn for ourselves. I mean, I think part of this is just the Negro wake up call. Because I don't, aside from the whole CNN thing, I don't know that some people have ever gotten one. Because I mean, far be it for me to criticize. Because on the one hand, I do think it is the responsibility of the people who are supposed to be reporting the news and who are supposed to be genuine journalists to tell the truth in these uncertain times. But again, here we are losing recipes because if you had studied the work of the black journalists who came before you, like Ida B. Wells, you would know how to do this stuff safely. You would know the precautions to take. You would know how to align and whatnot. Like there's a process. Honestly, I think that's the worst thing that the government ever did. I don't care what they tell you all. They're not telling you don't teach critical race theory and whatnot because it hurts their feelings. They're telling you that so you will not know the proper way to do things. Oh, I want her Barbie so bad. Lavian Rose says she Ida B. Wells is her idol and she has her Barbie. I have always wanted that Barbie. Always love that freaking thing. I do have an Addie doll though. But yeah, it's like, geez Louise. They've been telling you the way, but y'all don't know how to listen. So it's gonna be a lot of hard times and suffering ahead. Exactly. Mo says lack of comprehension, lack of media literacy, and thus the inability to have pattern recognition. And that's literally all there is. And I swear, I ain't calling no names, you understand? But the people who have always questioned or denied the existence of systemic racism are the very worst people to be in this, and they will put themselves in danger. Like, these are the last people who should be leading some kind of charge because all they're going to do is get themselves killed. I said it. No, I don't watch anyone else's videos on Sex in the City unless somebody sends them to me and says, this person's copying your content. I have a sneaking suspicion this is about what's going to happen right now. And it's always such a headache because then you got to go chase the people down. And it's a whole thing. Yes, Livia and Rose, everybody should have listened to the 92%, but they didn't. Well, I don't think remember is the right term there because I think Tiana just put out that skit. Wasn't that last Saturday? So Elle is talking about Tiana's SNL skit, but I think that was literally Saturday. The skit. So yeah, no, remember like last week? Yeah, I recall. I do recall, friend. It's why I'm like, this is why I can't. This is why I can't. Because now people are like, oh yeah, look at how it hurts to be targeted for your skin color and dialect and everything like that. And I'm like, man, if only people had not been in such a hurry to engage in anti blackness that last election. If only. Because I'm like, I, just, I don't even have the words. Like when you think about it, like when you literally think about what happened. Because I don't know if people realize what actually happened. I can't talk about it. Well, I can say this. Remember how back in 2000 there was clear tampering? Bush did not win. We can all agree. George W. Bush in the year 2000 did not win the election. But in 2004, when he was the incumbent, he won. It wasn't a landslide, but it was a pretty clear majority. It was a plurality, if you will. So I think that's common. Someone who tampers with the election results, like George W. Bush in the first election, might very well end up winning a second election perfectly fair without tampering or with less tampering, because all Bush did different between 2000 and 2004 was to stir up a bunch of hatred. Y'all remember, you know, 9/11 and all the Islamophobia and everything that followed, the wars. People like to put it down. And it's funny, as someone who lived through that period of time, if you look at history now, people will try to put it down to convenient excuses. Oh, well, presidents who start wars will often win re-elections or whatever. If you look at the time period, you can't count after 2004 because obviously that changes the landscape. But if you look at every previous time period, America had only been in two actual long term, large scale wars, which were one and two. So, and we joined one at the very end. We came into two late as fuck. And so that doesn't even count. And you also can't count that because prior to FDR, there were actually different rules for term limits and such. The Constitution was amended. So it's a whole different set of circumstances. You can't use that line of reasoning. Korea was a shorter conflict. Vietnam was long, but it wasn't a popular war, so you can't say that. Like, people just don't want to say the real thing, which is he was elected on a wave of racism. It makes people uncomfortable to say the truth. Because, like, if you literally look at what happened, like, I mean, call a spade a spade. He engineered the whole 9/11 thing anyway. It doesn't matter if you believe that he was warned, because we know he was warned. They've already admitted that. So if you believe an outside source did it and he was warned, he didn't do anything. If you believe that it was a whatever matter, long story short, how he chose to handle the aftermath was terrible. Nothing he said came to fruition. He engaged America in a long quagmire of a war. He said there were weapons of mass destruction to get you over there. There were no weapons of mass destruction when you got there. He said he was going to do this, that, and the third about toppling Saddam and bringing in a new government, which is crazy because his daddy helped to install Saddam. So I'm like, what's going on? Why are you all of a sudden trying to topple the man? This is kind of crazy. But nothing he said or did either worked out the way it was supposed to or turned out to be true. So he wasn't elected for his leadership skill, and he wasn't elected by the time of 2004. I think most Americans were already kind of over the whole war situation. So it wasn't that. It was literally just racism. That was his whole campaign strategy. And that's why when 2008 came along and Barack was running, it was still such a hot button thing. And they were like, oh my God. Remember at the town hall with McCain? He's a Muslim. And McCain literally said, no, ma'am, he's a good man. He's a good family man. I was like, what? That's actually not a defense. I mean, what? You can say, as far as I know, he is a Black Baptist man who goes to, Trinity Church under Jeremiah Wright. But like, whatever that was, no. El Buddy says, imagine the whole world telling Americans to vote for Kamala and she didn't win. It's misogynoir. Why Archie Bunker is president? Hilarious. Yes, Livia and Rose. Mo, you ain't never lied. I can't read the statement, but it's true. Yes, exactly. That's very true. And he came onto the scene by promoting the birther movement. This whole idea that Barack was not a citizen, which has never made sense to me. Because first of all, I don't know if you all know this, but McCain, who Barack ran against, was actually born abroad. I want to say Panama. I can't think of exactly where he was born, but he was born abroad. His father was a diplomat. And it doesn't matter if Barack was born abroad, if he was born before Hawaii was a state, or McCain was born abroad, because the Constitution literally says the child of an American citizen born anywhere on earth. You can be born, I assume, on the moon. It doesn't matter because your citizenship follows that of your parents. If your parent is a citizen, naturalized or born, and you are their child, you are a citizen. The end. That's it. So I literally never understood the birther movement. I mean, I guess it's for stupid people, but he doesn't have to show you his birth certificate. His mother is a white woman from Kansas. I don't care if he was born in Hawaii, Indonesia, Mars. His mother is a white woman from Kansas. He's a citizen. Yeah, I mean, I guess all the people who support, that fool are idiots who have never read the Constitution or any of its amendments. So live life, I suppose. Oh boy, I never heard that because I don't be listening to the dummy speak. So Mo said on a base was their claim, and thus U.S. territory doesn't f with Daddy Yankee for his McCain take, which he reaffirmed BTW. Of course, of course, of course, they want to find a loophole, and I remember it being a big thing for like a half a second. I remember as soon as they said whatever about Obama, intelligent people pointed out McCain had not been born anywhere near the U.S. because his father lived outside the country for years and years, as people do. And they were like, oh, I'm telling you, it was a news story for like 2 days. And then you never heard about it again. I always assumed McCain paid some people to make it go away. Yeah, it was hot. It was hot on the news cycle for like literally 2 days, day and a half. And they were like, yes. And here are pictures of him growing up wherever that was he was at. And yes, he definitely was not born in the United States. And then that was the end of it. Right now, I actually So the whole reason it was written like that is so British people couldn't come over and take over. So she said she doesn't think people born in other countries should be barred from being president anyway, as long as they've been a citizen for a certain amount of years or whatever. You have to realize that the men who founded this country were themselves British citizens. Like they began calling themselves Americans later on, but there was no America not only till they invented it, but a lot of them were first gen or like had come freshly over, like had immigrated. So yeah, they did not want the possibility of Englishmen coming newly to the United States and settling and being able to take over. Because the whole point of overthrowing the British government was to become the new high. The realest thing George Orwell ever said was every revolution in history has been the middle overthrowing the high to become the new high. See what they do is the um the middle class people, Thomas Jefferson, and the like, they get the low people on the bottom all stirred up. Oh God, they're overtaxing you guys. Oh, you all are being oppressed. And they get the lower class people to fight their battle. And then they get to take over as the new people in charge. They become the new upper class. I've always thought it was the height of irony that they fight the American Revolution, right? You know, they literally start 1776, Declaration of Independence, and then the war goes on for years and years. War finally comes to an end. Britain cedes America to the new Americans. 10 years after that, you have another rebellion by your farmers and your clerks. Why? Because taxes are too high. They began to rebel, and the rebellion was quashed by none other than George Washington. Bruh, you just seceded from a whole nation because your taxes were too high. And when people come to you and say you are taxing us too much, you brought out violence against them. You said, do whatever it takes to put down this insurrection. These people are going to pay their taxes. Baby, it was all a game. It was all a game. They thought you were stupid. Yes. And that's what they'll play. Like, you can see this a lot too in Latin American revolutions. I've forgotten the breakdown. I've forgotten there's like a strong class racial association over there. So I've forgotten the names of the groups. I'm not even going to try. But here's how it would go. So Latin America, a lot of it was formed by colonization. The countries were formed by colonization and imperialization. So you'd have people coming over from various countries, England, Portugal, Spain, and settling in these countries. And then you would have people who were indigenous to the area. And then, of course, they ended up enslaving African people and dropping them off on the transatlantic slave trade, you know, to your Brazils and such. So then you would have these groups of people. You'd have the indigenous people, you'd have the black people, and then you would have the basically European settlers. And then the European settlers would mix with the other two groups and form various groups. Like one was called mestizos. I forget the names of the other people, but you'd have people who were mixed with indigenous ancestry. You'd have people who were mixed with black ancestry and white settler blood. And then the actual colonizers a lot of times would up and leave. So what you have is you have the children of the colonizers, and the children, they're mixed children with the indigenous population, and they're mixed children with the African population. And the children, like the direct descendants of the white settlers, and the children of the that were mixed with the white settlers and the indigenous people, they made moves to push out the fully white colonizers. And they were like, oh my goodness, to the other people, to the indigenous people and to the African people. Oh, these people are oppressing us, and they made this nation by invading, and they did this, and they carried out genocide, and they were colonized. It was all true. It was all true. But they finished pushing those people out only to reign at the top of the heap. I was like, well, dang, what happened to all that egalitarian brotherhood stuff y'all were preaching a minute ago? That's gone. And you create the same sort of stratified society that existed under the white colonizers. And that's why places like Brazil look like that, just so you know. Like you'll have a population that's like, in the case of Brazil, 65% black or more. And those people are living in the favelas. They're doing the worst jobs. They don't get to work in the tourism industry. Like black features, African heritage are so looked down upon. And you're like, the country is like literally mostly black and black adjacent people. And they act like they don't even exist when they go abroad. And it's like, what's happening here? Because the people who convinced you to push out the settlers and the colonizers are maintaining that same kind of mindset. They're just at the top now because they pushed out all the people who are pure white colonizer blood, that they are next in line in the hierarchy because they're just mixed with something that isn't blackness. They're partially white and whatever, partially something else. Oh yeah. I mean, now I will say this. So right now it says it happens each and every time, but when I try to tell people revolution will never truly benefit women or oppressed groups, they say I'm just upholding the status quo. Now here's the thing. I am all set to benefit from revolution. I really am. I think that you should let the revolutions happen. Baby, let 1,000 flowers bloom. Just don't you be outside. You go sit down. But like listen, as a black woman, I got blessed by the fruits of the civil rights movement, and I got blessed by the fruits of feminism. I would not be out there participating. But yeah, did we reap some spoils? 100%. And each successive movement will move the needle. It will make things better for you. You just have to be smart enough to sit back and allow it to shake out. Oh my God. 2 Minute Topic says she had a Portuguese Brazilian tell me that the black Brazilians were oppressing the whites. We didn't talk much after that. I'm just shaking my head. And like, there are people out there who literally believe their own bullshit. And so you can't even speak to them. Like, what is there to say after somebody says some mess like that? Yeah, somebody just said that's why Brazil has the most helipads. Explain this to me. Oh, the San Paulo class discrepancy, traffic user chopper. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, actually, you're starting to see that in LA. LA is so gridlocked, and you will see people like taking choppers like regular transportation. There's an Uber helicopter, don't you, in New York? And you are going to start to see that in places like LA. But I don't know if it'll catch on. I think it was right on the precipice of really doing something, but we see what happened to Kobe. Because there is regulation. It's not that there's not regulation, but, and we see it happen time and again in this country, JFK Jr., a lot of times people who have access to small aircraft are famous, wealthy, or both, and they don't follow the rules. And because there's not as much regulation as there should be, they endanger themselves and they endanger others. I don't know so much that that's what happened with Aaliyah, Levy, and Rose. As far as I know, she wasn't insisting on being flown any place. I think that was just a plane or helicopter crash, like a plane crash, just plane crash. But with Kobe and with JFK Jr., this is recorded. This is history. This is not me making something up. They were both told the weather was not right to fly. JFK Jr. was, of course, flying himself, and he said, I can fly through these conditions. The actual pilot said, it is too dangerous. I am exiting the plane. He says, I'll take responsibility, and we see how that turned out. Kobe Bryant had a history with that helicopter company of insisting on flying in conditions where you were not supposed to fly. And because he had so much money and because he was so famous and it was LA, they let him get away with murder until it rebounded on him, unfortunately. And it's unfortunate for all the people on the helicopter because I don't know that they had agreed to fly in those conditions. But yeah, he was told it was not safe to fly. And he said, I need to be wherever right now. And we see what happened. So yeah, that's one of many reasons I don't think that whole helicopter and cities thing is going to catch on here in the US. We're also not a big other modes of transportation kind of country. Nothing else is ever caught on here. Like, you don't see us doing the other things. For the most part, our cities don't have the bullet trains. You know what I think? I'll tell you. It's because traveling in secret, traveling privately, doesn't have the same cachet that it would other places. I don't know if you all know this, but do you know in DC, Congress actually has their own branch of the metro system. Like, they have their own private cars. And if you're ever saying to yourself, how come I never see them in traffic or they're not getting caught up in whatever, it's because they have their own private system. It's a real thing. It takes them right there, like under the little thing, to the um to the Capitol building. I was going to tell you how I knew this, but I can't. Um, anyhow, but that's the thing. A lot of people don't know that it's there, and now I can't leave this up, but that's fine. Um, and it's just this thing. If it's like, oh, if you know, you know, and that's fine. But it's not like people are going around saying, yeah, I get to do the X, Y, and Z on this thing. It's not like this super cool bragging thing that people talk about. Yeah, and other countries it is like that. Like, they do have special train cars and, like, separate train tracks and everything like that, and everybody knows. But it's not like that here. In America, the height, the pinnacle is you will have a big fancy car, a bigger, fancier car than anybody else ever has. And everybody's going to watch you get it, you know? That's why they used to have those big, like, Hummer and Navigator limousines. You want something so outrageously eye catching, everybody can see you get in it. That's why they've got the Bentleys and the Rolls Royces and what's the car that is 100 grand and it's got the umbrella in the door and everything. That's why they've got those cars, because everybody's supposed to look at you. But we never really have built this idea of a separate mode of transportation that only the wealthy will have. Yeah, like, wealthy people do have private planes, but you're going to know they have a private plane because they're going to take pictures in front of it. They're going to talk about it on social media, but nobody wants a secret kind of private transportation that nobody's going to know that they have access to. It's just, we never really pushed that as a thing in this country. Other places, yes. Here, no. Yeah, I really want to go on the Orient Express. I've always wanted to do that. I just want to do the Venice to Paris legs. Just that part. I cannot be on a train for a super long time. I can't. I will just freak right on out. I think trains travel too slow, but I'm an American, so. But like, have you all done the various trains? Have you done like the interstates and like the auto trains and whatnot? Oh my god, I'm ready to lose my mind. I'm ready to snap like a twig. The train is moving so slowly, and then it's got to stop. I will just, oh, I'll lose it. I can't do it. Yeah, I have like 1 day on the train max, and then I'm ready to get off. Oh, I didn't know there was a train. Someone says they want to do the Harry Potter experience in Great Britain. Man, I would go. I would go do that. I just went to the Harry Potter at Universal for the first time in what, September? Oh my god, it was so amazing. It was I nerded out so hard. And then they had Voldemort and the Death Eaters like walking around every 15 minutes. Oh, I freaked out. It was so cool. It was so cool. So yeah, I can't wait to go do a bunch of Harry Potter stuff when I go to Britain. It's gonna be amazing. Chi Chi says she went to the Harry Potter showcase in Japan in November. Highly recommends. What I really want is to see Cursed Child on stage. I wanted to see when it was. I wanted to see it when it was still, in the West End in London, but that, of course, did not happen. I'm still just a little bitter about that, but yes, I surely want to go and hang and do that. Kel says she needs to go to Harry Potter World in London again without the dead weight of her ex-husband. Mm, that's what's up. Ravenclaw all the way. Ravenclaw life. Ooh, so Harry Potter in Great Britain has a studio tour, a train, Edinburgh, and a castle stay. That sounds nice. Now the thing is, I love myself some Harry Potter. Huge fan. But I never want to be one of those people who's doing too much. You know? I think there's a fine line between superfan and has lost touch with reality. For example, did you all know there's a Quidditch league? Yes, there's a real Quidditch league of adult grown people who run around with brooms, throwing balls, and pretending that they're flying. That's too much. I want to stay on just this side of superfan, like right here. Like you might have a wand, but you're not trying to cast spells in everyday life. Right there. Right there. You've read all the books, but you're not naming your child Snape, like right here. Here's the line. Alexandra, they had one at my school too. She says she remembers there being a Quidditch team when she was in college. They had one at my college. It was there I learned. People need help. People need like therapy. And when I remember when they first invented the hoverboards, I knew then. I said this will end poorly, and behold, Lynette says all the Primark Harry Potter collaborations here make it worse. I can just imagine. I have never seen a black person playing Quidditch. Praise the Lord. I would be very, ooh, for real.
Take a little screenshot of that.
I don't believe in LARPing, you know? I thank God I'm black. I thank God I'm black because I feel like I'm enjoying life just the right amount. Just the right amount. Like, I am having a great time. I'm just not going to take it to an extreme, you know? Like, that's plenty. We're having a good time. We're having fun. We don't just have to just take it way, way over the top. Listen, I love Renaissance fairs. My mom was taking us to Renaissance fairs. Remember medieval times? Baby, I love medieval times, okay? The restaurant. I love myself a good, fun time. I grew up doing like quiz things. I love trivia. I love to have fun. I almost won the Harry Potter trivia on the cruise I went on. I just think it's unfair to include stuff from the movies. It's just me talking, not the Holy Ghost. But I believe that if you're going to have true Harry Potter trivia, it should only be book centric. I don't think you get to ask about movies. I especially don't think you get to ask about actors from the movies. But that's just me. They had black knights when I was growing up. And that's actually historically accurate. If you look at like the Moors and whatnot, having black knights at medieval times is historically accurate. For those who don't know, Queen Elizabeth issued an order expelling all black people from England. Of course, we didn't leave because we never leave any place. We never leave. But she issued an order expelling all black people in 1501, like July 1501. Guess what that means, guys? That before 1501, there were plenty of black people, enough for her to try to expel them all. And we ain't even leave. So we've been there, okay? There have been black people in England since before the time of Queen Catherine of Aragon. And that's mid 1400s. We've been there. We've been everywhere. So how's your girl? Yeah, I should ask my mom, does she want to go to the Renaissance Fair? I would go. And I feel like a lot of times the spaces try to reject you because I went to something. I forget what it was. Some kind of, it wasn't a sci-fi thing. It was like a Renaissance but also fantasy fair. And they were selling elf ears, and I really wanted elf ears. And they were like painting them, they would attach them for you and put them on your ears, and of course they didn't have any dark enough for me. I was like, well, just keep the shit. I feel like they'll do stuff like that to be non-inclusive on purpose, so you won't be there. Because I have to describe it. They were painting the ears as people were getting them. So you mean to tell me you didn't have any kind of brown paint at all? That's okay, because I'm still here. Oh, 100%. The use of art speaks on the presence, position, and position of black people, says Mel. 100%. Hmm. Hmm. Everyone's experience is valid. Alexandra says her personal experience with geeky cultures has been that being black has been less of a problem than being a woman. I mean, the so called nerd men, like men who identify as nerds, are full of misogyny, but I would have to say you can't separate it. Like, I think there's a big difference between being a black woman in the space and being a white woman in the space. Mo said all the dirt to add realism, and they couldn't add color for an ear, brown paint. Literally. And that's why I could never get into LARPing and whatnot. I mean, first of all, I'm black, so there is a level of sanity. But people, you can never suspend disbelief. How can I suspend disbelief and believe I'm an elf when I can't even believe that this is a fair place? Like, I can't LARP because I always have to be aware of what's happening around me. Like, we can't shut out the reality of life.
will say I love that scene in Reno 911 when the black cop goes to arrest somebody at the Renaissance Fair, and like, they sent a bunch of people to arrest the guy at the Renaissance Fair, and every time they go, the guy will start saying some crazy stuff like, "Oh, I'm not going with you in your magic horseless carriage." He's just start acting up. So then they send the black cop out, and the guy is trying to figure out what to say, and he's like, "Amore," and that's all he could come up with. I thought it was funny because he was like, that was all he knew how to say that wouldn't be super offensive. And it's like, I was like, come on, that's enough. Literally, Mo. Elves are realistic and believable, but black superheroes being black is a bridge too far. Remember when they cast Hallie as the Little Mermaid, and the people started trying to use science to hold up their racism? Well, see, under the sea that far, your skin wouldn't develop pigment. So see, there couldn't be black mermaids because da 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 da. First of all, there are African cultures that have had tales about mermaid and like water spirits long before Europe was ever even heard of. That's the first thing. Second of all, it is imaginary. Okay? Yes, maybe pigment wouldn't develop under the sea at that level. Maybe at 20,000 leagues, there are no melanated creatures. But you know why it doesn't matter? Because it's fake. It can literally be anything, okay? Do you think under the sea at that level the things would develop vocal cords? Probably not. Would they be able to see? Aren't most of the creatures that live down that far blind? But they always want to try to use, quote, science to justify their racism, because whenever it's time for them to have a fantasy world, their fantasy is that there are no Negroes. Middle Earth, space, under the sea, their big fantasy is we aren't there. But the gag is if they had left us alone, we might not be. We were minding our business, weren't we? We were on a whole different continent. We were in our lane. It wasn't because we didn't have the ability to go anyplace. Black people have been seafaring actually since the 12th century, okay? We traveled all around the world. Actually, before that, really. But we traveled all around the world. Check out, they came before Columbus. And we weren't enslaving anybody. We just went and saw what they were doing, like, that's cool, that's what's up, hello. And we went back and minded our business. But alas, they could not leave us in peace. And they had to go and get us from where we were comfortably ensconced and bring us over here. And now to be mad we here. It's like, well, it's not like we traveled over here by ourselves, babe. Like, you're the one. Yes. Mami Wada, Orishas, all of those. There are just so many stories about water creatures, whatever you want to call them. Well, that's because you're supposed to be invisible. So a lot of people bring up that in Little Mermaid, Sebastian is obviously, he's got a Caribbean accent and they're playing calypso music or whatever. Guys, stay with me now. Are you ready? What is Sebastian? He's a sidekick. Okay? It's the same thing in the Lion King. It's okay for Timon and Pumbaa and the hyenas to have noticeable accents and be ethnic, let's just say. But it's not okay for the main ones. You're supposed to be the funny sidekick. Look at Eddie Murphy as the dragon Mulan. They would not have objected to Eddie Murphy being in the live action Mulan, even though obviously they did drop the Mushu character. But it's fine for you to be the funny comic relief, okay? You can be Mushu, you can be Donkey. You can be Sebastian, you can be all of the creatures that make them laugh and sing and dance. but you do not get to be the main character. And the gag is, if you watch The Little Mermaid, the TV show, there's actually a black mermaid. Remember, she spoke ASL, she was deaf, she was so cute. I used to love her, she was my favorite. And what was up with those shows they used to have on Disney Channel? Every show, every movie had its own TV spinoff, and they were all amazing. Okay? I loved the Timon and Pumbaa show. I loved Hercules. Oh my God. Hercules, the animated series, was my whole life. I still watch that. 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. The Little Mermaid was okay. But Aladdin, the TV show, I preferred it to the movies. I never liked the Aladdin movie, but I watched that TV show every single day. Life unspeakable. Okay? Oh my God, don't even get me started on that. Because all those shows, Darkwing Duck, the Scrooge McDuck show. What was the one with all they were going back in time? Launchpad, something. I can't remember it, but y'all know the song I'm talking about. They were like, it was like the Ducks in the Lost World. That used to be my ish. I love that show. Oh, good luck, Kels. I didn't realize you said that. Oh, so you got fun of your good luck. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Right now, remembers the Deaf Mermaid. Only the cool girls remember the Deaf Mermaid. DuckTales. Oh my God, DuckTales. They used to my ish. I actually have never liked Winnie the Pooh. That show creeps me out. I can't tell you why. I see it and I'm like, ooh, yikes. Keep it. Maybe because their adventures were always so lame. That's a big part of it. You know what it was? I can tell you. I was never convinced that the animals were alive. I used to think that there was going to be a big reveal and you were going to realize they were stuffed animals. I don't know. As a deep thinker, Winnie the Pooh used to freak me the hell out. Okay, guys. Okay. One thing about me, I can prove my points. I could always prove my points because I am a media analyst. Y'all know Eeyore, right? You know how his tail is weird, right? It looks like it's been attached, doesn't it? Okay. Doesn't he remind you of a stuffed animal you have that fell apart and you put it back together? And that's why he's always sad. He's a defunct stuffed animal that got put back together. Period. And you're thinking about it now. And the rabbit, his ears were weird. It didn't look like a real rabbit. It looked like a stuffed rabbit somebody was playing with. And if they were real animals, how come Christopher Robin is so big a part of their story? It's because they're fake and their lives center around Christopher Robin, their creator. Those are not real animals. Okay, because tell me why a bear is only eating honey and it's got on a shirt and is hanging around with a pig. Because it's a fake bear. It's an imaginary bear. It's a stuffed bear that a child is playing with. All right, then. You're thinking about it. You're going to be thinking about it later tonight because you know I'm right. It's fine. Go do your phone interview. I'll talk to you later. Alexandra, she knows ball. She says she's got a... she didn't like Winnie Pooh either. Not enough action for me. She was a super tomboy then. Also, I just want to say I have a thing against it because who here read The Watsons Go to Birmingham, 1963? That book is my everything. I hate the author though. But who here read that book? So if you read that book, by Christopher Curtis, you know that there's that part of the book that Byron talks to his brother about the wool Pooh, Winnie the Pooh's evil brother. and the wool poo is supposed to hang out in like bodies of water and drown kids. This is a real thing that's in a children's book. Um and so the brother gets in the water and he starts drowning and he feels like the wool poo is there. Obviously, it's not really a metaphor. I mean, it's a stupid story his brother told him to keep him from getting in a swimming hole. What happened was there's a whirlpool, but the brother didn't hear that. So he told his brother the story of the wool poo to keep him from getting in the water and drowning. But I don't, if you read the book, the wool poo becomes a very large character. And as I already didn't like Winnie the Pooh, and as I myself am a twin, and I've always been obsessed with the idea of like twin forces of nature and like yin and yang and like doppelgangers and stuff, I believe in the existence of the wool poo. And if your twin brother goes around drowning people, you're probably bad too. So, yeah, that's it. I never liked that show. I always freaking hated Winnie the Pooh. Oh, I love those books. Yeah, I read all of them. I read Sweet Valley High. I read the Sweet Valley Twins. Did you read the Sweet Valley High super books? Because, baby, let me tell you, I was tearing through those things like there was no tomorrow. Did you read the Wakefield Saga? Did you read what's Todd's family's name? Them two. Did you read their saga? I read all the sagas, baby. I read the whole Dancing Wind. Oh my God. You know Ball. Tina knows Ball. Oh my God. Those were good times. Although I gotta be honest. I think that Elizabeth fumbled so hard when she didn't get with Lila's boyfriend. Because first of all, he was fine. And second of all, he had money. And their mother also fumbled. She should have got with his daddy. And that's on period. Alien Pay. Oh my God. Alien Pay says, I watched Soviet Winnie. It didn't have Christopher Robin. And it was cute, but for toddlers, basically. And then Todd gets with Jessica. What happened then? Honey, Todd was with the Earth. Todd was a whore. You know what I liked? I liked the books when they were in college, Sweet Valley University, before she got back with Todd. Because let me tell you, she was with a lot of people. She was with a lot of people before she finally settled down with him. She was even living with a man. That was nice. Yeah, Sweet Valley University was a little racy. I like that. Yeah, I love the Wakefield Saga. So for those who don't know, um, there were these books. I have no idea why they were written. They go back in the history of both families, right? And they show how over time, yes, the brother did have a black girlfriend. I just want to take time out to talk about that. So I guess they got on the people because the series wasn't diverse enough. And they had a black girl move to town and she starts dating the older brother. And then the resolution of that, when people were being racist to them as a couple, was for them to realize they didn't actually like each other as a couple. They just wanted to show the racist that racism was wrong. And it's like, to me, the message of that was the only reason to be with a black woman is, it's the right thing to do. Like, oh, that pissed me off so bad. I'm still mad about that to this day, actually. And then you always saw it was like Saved by the Bell. You always saw the black characters being with black characters. So of course, then she starts dating a black guy. Years later, like almost when it was time for Sweet Valley University, she did date a white guy, but it was like off scene. They talked about it, but they didn't. You didn't see them. Like Jessica and Elizabeth were forever going on some date, and it'd be like, oh, there she is in the corner, and that would be it. Yeah, that thing was quite weird. But I was telling you about the Wakefield saga. So, what were the twins' last name? God, what? I can't think of it right now. Or were they the Wakefields and Todd was something else? But anyway, there was one saga for their family and one saga for his family. And what you were supposed to see from both sides is that there were always twins running in their family. Each generation had twins. But before Jessica and Elizabeth, the twins were somehow always getting separated or always getting hurt. And one twin was always supposed to meet a figure from Todd's family. But either they would meet the figure and something would go wrong, or they would never end up bumping into one another. And theirs is the first generation where Elizabeth and Todd got together. It's actually really, really cute, but the books are super long. I like them. I liked them more from the twins' perspective, but I liked both sides of the saga. Or was it the mother and the father? Them two. Mm, that's giving Nelson Mandela. I don't remember that, but maybe you're right. So Mo said, did the Saved by the Bell wedding change for anyone else? She could have sworn the Vegas story, the guy was infatuated by Lisa Turtle and revealed that he was the rich casino owner's son. I don't recall that, but I only saw it on TV after the fact. I only saw it in reruns. I was too young to watch it when it aired. So maybe it sounds proper. It sounds like what should have actually happened. But the thing is, if she did marry or get with the rich casino owner's son, it takes away from Kelly's horrible wedding and terrible haircut. You know. I'm sorry, I never actually saw that version, but I'm not surprised. And don't even get me started on the whole Lisa Turtle saga on Saved by the Bell because we'll be here all day long. Although I have to give Saved by the Bell all the credit in the world. Lark Voorhees, also known as Lisa Turtle. Isn't that hilarious how both of her names have animals in them? Anyways, Lark got a much better story than any of the stories you see young black girls getting today on Saved by the Bell. Because, she's the rich girl. When her people went for the summer to the country club, she's sitting there being a guest, and the rest of them are working. She is always spending her money. Like, I like the stories that centered her. Like, remember the Lisa card? Oh my God. That was so cute. When her parents gave her the credit card, she spent all the money, and Zach was helping her sell the stuff so she could pay off the credit card. That's adorable. I love stuff like that. Or when, her mom's a doctor. So when Zach had to have his appendix out and she was a candy striper, trying to like learn responsibility in the hospital. I love little soft storylines like that. Oh, interesting. You know what you should do, Mo? So she said the whole picking him up off the road in the beginning to him leaving and the end stayed, but the in between vanished. You should look online and you should make a video about it. You should put it on TikTok or whatever and see if other people have a full copy. Because if somebody has like a VHS or something, you should be able to see the real story. And then talk about why it got changed in syndication. Because oh yes, we all know, yes, Lark and Mark Paul Gosselaar were a real couple for years. Just the racism got to them, poor things. Yeah, Lisa was written as Jewish. Lisa Turtle was written as Jewish. The Slater character was supposed to be Italian. Supposed to be like an Italian stallion type guy. Yeah. But back in the day, they used to actually pick the best person for the part. Used to be more colorblind casting. It wasn't so much the parents, it was the fans of the show. All those little white girls were writing in those horrible letters about Zach and Lisa kissing. Because I just think it's funny how Zach has been with every main girl on the cast. You know, Zach kissed the one with the hair, Elizabeth Berkley's character, and that was fine. Nobody said boo. Zach was with Tori. Nobody said boo. Zach was constantly cheating on Kelly. Nobody said a mumbling word. But the minute he kissed Lisa, they say they got the most letters they ever got. And people are, because they weren't being centered. Even though they were a couple in what real life. And it was just like nowadays. They tried to push this idea that Mark and, what is that girl's name? The actress who plays Kelly, that they were having some kind of real romance. And whew, what I wouldn't give to say what I really think. I actually love those shows. The Zach Morris is trash tickles me to death. It tickles me to death. I like the little theme song. Um, I think it's just more funny than anything. Oh, it is absolutely giving Tignon Law. It's definitely jealousy. I don't know what that means. Mo is talking about some kind of fandom where Iris changed something. I don't know this show. You'll have to write it out for me. But you ever notice, like, people talk a lot about the expendable black girlfriend or whatever, but nobody talks about the invisible black best friend. Like nobody talks about, you're like, is this person even here? Do they exist? They have no life. And I'll probably do a video about that. But I think of Dreama on on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Y'all, do y'all remember Dreama, the Black Witch? Nobody ever remembers her, but I love me some Dreama. I'm like, now remember when Valerie, the dark haired brunette girl, when she was Sabrina's best friend, even though Valerie had no self esteem whatsoever, she still got to have a life, you know? You see Valerie, and she gets to go on dates, and boys like her, and she's standing up to Libby sometimes. She works on the newspaper. She has a life. Dreama is a prop. All you see Dreama do is make Sabrina's life better. Dreama's constantly trying to solve some problem or trying to hide the fact that they're witches from Harvey or something. But Dreama never goes on any dates. You never see Dreama like living her life. I actually don't like that show. So Mo says Psych was one show accredited with having a black best friend that actually gave the BFF a background and value to the show. He's the key to the sauce. He may be. My mom watched Psych, and I was like, this is just a lot of stereotypes. Like, you ever notice when those like quote black episode? It was very stereotypical. You know, they had to have the stereotypical black church episode, and like, what about all the singing stuff? That shit used to drive me crazy. So remember when he was with his friends, like they were like a singing group and they had to be singing. What I was like, why they gotta be singing, bro? And child, don't even let me give my opinion on the whole situation because I'll just say this. Have you ever noticed if there's a show like Psych and there's supposed to be a black male best friend, he is a very non threatening character? You know? Like, he is a Carlton style black person. And I do not think that is Dwayne's actually act like his real personality. Like there have been moments where I can see him, like I can see behind his eyes, and I'll see him snap into like the non-threatening black friend mode. And if you see him talking on any black show, it's the complete opposite, and it really weirds me out. Like he's playing this, I'm gonna say what I want to say on here, neutered character, and he's like bopping and skipping around or whatever. It really creeps me out. Like they play this very specific trope of non-threatening black manhood. It's like you're it's giving house pet, honestly. It's giving house pet. Exactly. Eve, it's one of two stereotypes. Either you're smart but awkward, like the nerdy black guy, again, a Carlton type black guy, or you're athletic and you're just the big dumb jock. I wouldn't know. Yeah, it like now that I think about it, if you watch ensemble shows, it always steers into one of those two skids. So like with Leverage. Leverage is like that. Hardison, Aldous Hodge, he plays the nerdy black guy. He's the hacker. So he's nerdy and he doesn't know a lot of things. Like he's bad with socialization. He's like spectrumy. And it's like, okay, you sit, you hack, you're like the computer guy. And then they want him to have some romance with the blonde white girl, but that's a whole nother story. But it's actually all in there because you typically always see those guys on the show end up with the white girls, like Michael Key in every single role that he's ever played. Keegan. Mo said, "Oh, the big deal Parker made of being a kid, the blonde white woman, made that coupling gross to me. Parker used to get on my fucking nerves. I hate Parker with a fiery passion that still burns deep inside my soul. Hmm. The lead used to be my man, my man, my man, till Timothy Dalton had to mess it up. Like, why can't I ever have anything? Men will ruin everything great. And what kills me is then if men like the Aldous Hodge character, so we all know Aldous. Aldous is super dark. Then in the new Leverage spinoff, Leverage Redemption, he's got a sister, and his sister is passing the brown paper bag test with ease. Okay, his sister is a mixed woman in real life. So she got the curly hair and the light skin. I'm like, they can't ever let a black woman who looks black be a computer hacker or be like somebody smart on the team. You've always got to be the seductress or the muscle. People were shipping Elliot and Parker. Disgusting. Now you know it would have been fly, Elliot and my girl, Timothy's woman. That would have been I would have got with that. And that's what kills me. When the muscle is the white guy, like Elliot's the hitter on Leverage, he always gets to have a fun backstory and he gets to have more complicated things. Like, remember all the times Elliot showed off his cooking skills. So, Elliot is a master chef, and sometimes he is on like the little scams they pull, he's playing a chef character, he's in the kitchen or whatever. I'm like, and he really loves food. Like, he's not messing around, he really really loves food. So they complicate him so much. Baby, when did you see some complication for Shamar Moore in Criminal Minds? I'm gonna wait. And if you bring up him, like the Derek character being molested, we're gonna fight, because that's just another way to hypersexualize black bodies. I forgot he was a singer. Exactly. Yes, he's a chef, he's a singer, he's the muscle guy, he knows all about weapons. He's not just a hitter. Because remember that one episode he gets injured and he's like, well, I can still do a lot of other things. I don't just, use my body. Like, it's a mental hitting as well. But when the black guy's the muscle, you're just muscle. And you're saying, well, why do you care about how the demos are portrayed? Because it's going to trickle down to us every time, babe. It's going to trickle down to us as women every single time. Because if he's only on the team because he's a one-dimensional, muscly guy, you will be so much less than that. And I was right when the Tara character was lead on Criminal Minds. They never developed it. They never ever let her live, and I was pissed because I was only watching because I said, "Oh my god, my queen is here. Now we're going to have some fun." And they never did anything with it. We were all up in don't help me, the man came and kidnapped his child and killed his wife. We were up in his life, his boring ass life every week. Every single fucking week, we're in his house listening to the boring story of how he's never home and how his wife is mad at him. When Tara became the lead, when the black woman became the team lead, when were you up in her house, babe? The one episode that was centered on her family was that guy who said he was her dead brother. And she's like, he doesn't look anything like my brother, but he also knows all of our family stories, what's going on here. That was pretty interesting. But it wasn't about her. It was still about the brother, not about her. Like, I need to know about you. Who are you bringing home at night? Tell me more about your life. And I like that the backstory that they gave her wasn't some struggle bullshit. I came up from nothing. Like, she had money. I like that. But you never develop it. Give me a Diane Carroll type mother, you know? Show me this father who took you all around the world. Give me something. Yes, Elliot also fills in as lead when Nathan's out of commission. Elliot has been team lead a bunch of times. When do you get to see the black person being team lead? And it's like they don't know what to do with you if you're not playing an obvious stereotype. Look at season 1 of Criminal Minds. Derek is wearing a suit, and he looked damn good. We really have been cheated out of Shamar Moore and more suited scenes. But he's wearing a suit and he's profiling like everyone else. And I like that scene. He was a good profiler. But it's like they didn't know what to do with a professional black man. So next thing you know, it's such a radical, drastic change. He's bulked. He's only wearing the t-shirts and the jeans and things like that. He's like letting that other one just take the lead all the time. And he's barely profiling. And he is like the door kicker in. Why can't you be more than that? Like, whenever the white guy is the muscle, you always see all this development. Look at Law and Order SVU. You know? Yeah, Stabler had a tight ass and a good body, but it's complicated. Honey, we got to know every member of his damn family, didn't we? We got to know his mama, and his daddy was a cop, and his daughter has mental health problems, and his wife has this issue, and he got about 20,000 children, and we got to know every single one of them personally and all of his history. Honey, somebody said Daddy Barbara. Honey, we got to know Barbara's mother more than we ever got to know Detective Jeffries. What the fuck? And like I said, it'll trickle down because Detective Monique Jeffries, what'd you get to know about her? Literally nothing before they kicked her off the show for Ice-T. Don't even get me started. I'm not watching Watson on principle. On principle, because how many times have black women been afforded that kind of expansion? Never. So cut it. I'm not gonna lie to you. All the things you say about Shamar Moore are true. But as he's not actually harming black women, I'm gonna let him live. Like, he is just, it's a lot of things. When I see him, I literally think of my childhood. I think of being a little girl watching Young and the Restless with my great grandmother, just having the time of my days and saying, who is that brown angel? He's just so handsome. He does be trying to prove his straightness, but it's more amusing to me than anything. I mean, honestly, Alexandra, I'll say something. I think a lot of times we're at fault. I don't think black women are at fault for representation that happens in the mainstream, like on network television. But when it comes to our own stuff, we are at fault. I mean, look at just one of them days or whatever the fuck it was called with Palmer and the other fool. What the hell was that? Mo, I have such a soft spot for Shamar on Soul Train. For a few things. I myself cannot dance. I think that there should be more of a safe space for black people who cannot dance. That's the first one. Second, I didn't have cable when I was a girl. And I was just so amused. I mean, there's nothing more amusing than someone who can kind of laugh at themselves because he knew he couldn't dance. And he knew that we knew that he couldn't dance. But he just went with it. That is one thing I actually don't have patience for. I do not have patience for the fake cornrow wig Shamar Moore. I've never watched Diary of a Mad Black Woman, and I never will because of that. I was like, sir, sometimes you have to stand up for righteousness. Like, you knew when you put that wig on, it didn't look good. So just say no. I've watched a lot of TV over the years, but I actually don't watch a lot of TV. Aaron Pierre snapping up slots for a short list of dark skinned black men superheroes is sending the black men into a tizzy. Like now they see the result of a light bright casting after having African Princess Storm played by I'll just say Halle Berry. Girl, you're so funny. And it's true. And it's the same thing. Like I said, they flew into a tither when they were talking about casting The Rock as John Henry. And when they did cast him as Black Adam, and what was the other thing The Rock was in that they were so mad about? Something black. They were falling out, frothing at the mouth. And I was like, that's good. I think Green Lantern. I think they were talking about doing him for Black Green Lantern. And they were falling out, frothing. I was like, baby, if Hallie can be Storm, why not? And if Hallie can be anything, like the only thing Hallie should have played that she actually played was Dorothy Dandridge. But everything else, I'm giving you the side eye. If Zoe Saldana can be do not help me, I'm going to get this. Am I going to get it? It just escaped me. So no. Nina Simone. I got it. I got it. If she can play Nina Simone, we all just doing whatever. We all just doing whatever. Aaron Pierre is not cute. But I do always like to see mid light skinned men being hyped up for the sole reason that black men will hype up the most whatever, the most meh of women as long as they pass the prep bag test. So holiness is still right. It goes both ways, baby. Alexandra says she's happy to start naming Aaron Pierre and Mr. Page whenever she's asked about black men actors just on principle. Baby, I will say Shamar Moore till the day I die. Not only do I think he's really very handsome, he's actually biracial. A lot of people don't realize that. But yeah, him and my little emergency Shamar Moore. That fool, he's married to the girl from Soul Food. Boris Kojo. Boris Kojo. I will always name them. Because yeah, they both are actually mixed. And Boris is adopted. So I'm like, yes. And another thing. Because yeah, when the dudes start getting all upset, I'm like, how come y'all's best whatever list is always women who look like a dog and vanilla wafer? It's always the most biracial or white adjacent women. I mean, you can't even call it the one drop rule. It must be like the half a drop rule. So yeah, turnabout's fair play. It took a while. It took some time. It took some time. The Rock is, yeah, you're right. The Rock is mixed too. Hold on 1 second, people. Me to a Valentine's Day thing. You know, even for the sake of the game, I cannot say that Michael Ealy or Terrence Howard actually look attractive. I mean, I use Shamar Moore and Boris Kojo because they're actually both very handsome. Like, in addition to pissing the demographics off, those men are fine. Shamar more so than Boris. I mean, Boris is an attractive man, but he just. I mean, he's very attractive, but it's not like, oh my god, like I'm gonna risk it all. He's very handsome. I met him in person. I actually interviewed him when I was in school, and I was like, wow, yeah, very handsome in person. But I'm not gonna like cast myself at your feet. But like Shamar, even knowing he is most likely not straight, has done nothing to like get it through my head that that's not gonna be a thing. I've never been like, he's gay, so you should just let go. Was Neil Winters? Oh, Mr. St. John, probably. Yeah, is he mixed? Probably. He looks like he is. R.I.P. Yeah, I don't go in for light eyes. I do not like light eyes in general. Like, I don't care if you're white or black, but black men. I think it looks especially odd. Never been a fan of light eyes. I didn't know Cory Booker had lighter eyes, but I never like looked him in his peepers like that. Child, I'm not even giving those things attention. I'll say this. So Boho Geek says, have you noticed how the black community accepts non-black or mixed women based on their proximity to black men? And she used Doja Cat as an example versus Cardi B. But that's the thing. Black men tried to keep Doja Cat from being black, but it backfired on them because they want to be the final arbiter of who's black so they can say, oh, only the white, the whatever white adjacent mixed women who fuck us can come in and get the benefits of being part of the black community. But Doja Cat already built her career, already had her success. And I don't even particularly like Doja Cat. It's so funny to me that they have no problem with her being problematic. They just got mad she didn't want to screw them when she was into the thing she was into and they wanted to get upset. I said, baby, take that same energy over to Shannon Sharp. Because y'all want to feel away when it's Doja Cat or a woman that you want to screw who wants to go give play to white men and be into race play and whatnot, but quiet as a mouse when it's your coon overlord. So you get what you pay for. That was so funny to me. Oh, Lavian Rose said, yep, they were mad when Jamie Foxx's biracial daughter married a white man last year. How do they think Jamie Foxx was able to produce a biracial daughter? Let's use our context clues like the SAT. Hmm. How did a black man get a child that's only half black? Let's try to fix that mystery. Like, yeah, baby. What did they think was going to happen? These black men keep teaching their offspring that white is right, and some of their offspring happens to be girls. So those girls are going to marry white men. And leave aside the man's choices, right? Leave aside the man's choices. He created a broken home. Jamie Foxx ain't been near an altar, not one time, and he's got 2 daughters with 2 different women, at least. So, what do you think was going to happen? When his daughter said, I want a happy, stable marriage, do you think she's going to date a black man? Hell no. What has she seen growing up? That they don't commit, that they're leaving children any and everywhere. But it always cracks me up because the main black, oh, I should have counted him. Damn. I was arguing with my trainer. He was like, and how many black men do you know married to white women? And I was counting all the ones that I know. I forgot one. But this is a real thing that happened, guys. I know a black man who, by the way, is older than my mother. Sadly, we're related. Anyways, he has married, let me get this right. He's married 2 white women and had a child with another white woman, a third white woman, if you will. What black people love to say? There was a third man. There's a third man. There was married 2 white women and had a child with a third white woman. Stay with me now. And his biracial daughter, by his first marriage, got married a few years back, and she married a white man. And this is what the daughter said, so you know it's real. The daughter tells our joint relative that her father got very angry and said, why are you doing this or whatever? And she was so shocked. She didn't even know what to say. She was like, I was so caught off guard. Because, like, this is not a stranger. This is not like whatever, a black man on the street. This is my black father who married my white mother, and like literally we were all living in a house until the girl was like 10 and her parents got divorced. And then he married another white woman. And then he had a child by another white woman. Like, this man, according to his mother, has only dated white women literally his entire life. And he had the nerve to look at and he's always been one of the main ones. Like, as long as I've known this man, love is love, and I don't do this, and I don't see color, da, da, da. One of those types of black men, you know the kind. And legit, he looked at his daughter and was all askance. And why are you blah, blah, da, da, da. And she was like, are you well? I love that she didn't even feed into that. She was like, what? I'll talk to you later. She just hung up because she's like, what? How about you were supposed to say whatever? I'm not even engaging with that. Like, are you in reality? It's like, this man has dated nothing but white women. She literally now has a half sibling who is also white by him and this other woman. And he's with now yet another woman, not the mother of any of his children, by the way. Another woman who's also white. And she's like, I don't even have time for whatever this is. I'm going about my business. It's selective BS, baby. Selective BS. Because what these men want to see is their preferences, their daughters marrying black men like them. They want to spread this idea that it's black women that are somehow inferior, but black men are just great. It's the crack for me. It must be the crack and the cocaine that they are on. Because I'm like, baby, what is happening here? Like, what would make you think that TV genetics are real? And that all the girls are going to be light brights with curly hair and all the men are going to be unambiguous dark-skinned men? Like, no. Ooh, I was tickled literally I mean, it was sad. I was like, that didn't really happen. She was like, it really happened. I was like, I'm so sorry that you went through that, but also this is really funny. Because I'm telling you, this is like this man's whole thing. Because his black mother, like, gosh, let me see. His black mother is in her 80s. So she literally lived through segregation and whatnot. And she's legit always been like, bruh, you are my son, my only child. You only date white women, like, which is one of these reasons. Is it a girl or is it, you know what? Because I just cannot imagine being who you are, being a black woman who's gone through all this stuff to give a better life to your black son, and they act like this. Couldn't be me. But Oh, 100%. Sugar Glitter says, it disgusts me how male centered the black identity is, and the labor to keep it up is put on women. But I'm so glad we've come out of that. I'm so glad we have like rejected that burden in 2026, because black women have shown like they're not going to be keeping up the burden of black culture by themselves. They're not going to be keeping up the responsibility of producing new black children, of gatekeeping black culture by themselves. Because when you, first of all, when you ever try to gatekeep something, they call you bitter and you got to be a bitch and you got to be jealous and you got to be all this stuff. And it's like, fine, if you want to let white people in, have them. Have them, baby. Let them have access to every nook and cranny. It is no longer our job to be saying, oh, certain things are supposed to be for our exclusive use or whatever. Please. Okay, if you want to have them winning step competitions, if you want to have them doing your strolls, have at it. Go enjoy. And now black men have been the ones complaining. Now they're like, oh my God, look at K-pop, look at this, look at that, look at it. You didn't want to protect the stuff. As long as you thought you were going to get some poontang, as long as black men think they can fuck on something, they are just fine with everybody having access to the stuff that we have created. Literally, as long as they get some pussy, they think it's a fair exchange. So we're like, you didn't get your ration? You didn't get your ration in China. Now you want to complain, but it's too late. And now other people are getting the profit from the genres that you've invented, but you didn't want to protect them when you thought there was going to be some sex in it for you. So enjoy. You can't see me, but I'm shimmying my shoulders. mm. 100%. Lavian Rose says, and the men love their biracial daughters and are jealous of their biracial sons. I'm not even going to touch the daughters comment because if I say what I want to say, I will have no platform. But they're so jealous of their biracial sons. These men are out here calling the NBA the National Beige Association, but these are not stranger biracial men. These are the biracial sons of all the big basketball greats from the 80s and 90s. Okay, the men who are taking over the league right now are those men's illegitimate children because, you know, they ain't been near a marriage license. But there you go. Those men have the same names you saw in the 90s because these are their sons. And the league looks like it looks because those men dated and had children with women who didn't look like them. And now they want to complain. Throwback to the black British man with white women saying he doesn't like to see black women with white men, even though he's in a relationship with a white woman and does not date black women. Throwback to fucking Franz Fanon writing white skin, black skin, white mask. I'm always going to say the title of that wrong, but him writing a whole book talking about the psychology of racism and missing the point because he was married to a white woman his own self, but they had the nerve to write in the book how evil it was for black women to date out. Baby, you got it. Sugar Glitter says Tyreek Withers is taking over the game. So I see. So I see. And you've got your Patrick Mahomes and whatnot. I'm tickled to death because black men will see like the interactions of these men and white women, and they're actually embarrassed, but it's too late for them to say anything. Like when Patrick Mahomes was out here with his racist white wife and he was doing that little segment, and they were like, what's his favorite cheat meal? Fried chicken. And he's like, actually, I like Mexican food. Like, and she kept saying, but what about chicken fried steak? Just anything, just chicken and fried food, what, like just so much racist stuff. And they made a lot of funny skits about it, like black men. But at the base, you can tell they are extremely embarrassed, and they try to distance themselves from the Patrick Mahomeses of the world. They try to say, oh my God, and this woman is this, and I can't believe he lets her talk about him like that, and look at how she's MAGA and she's done this and she's done that. Baby, they can't say too much because at the end of the day, if they start pulling threads, they know it's all of them. They know the dudes who they were so proud to boost up because they had some blonde on their arm. They all are living that reality. Ha! I didn't see that one. Somebody said last year Patrick said he hated his own hair. At least he's honest. Most demographics do. Like I said, that's why they keep it cut so low. They keep it cut low, or they're going to have it out of the way. It's going to be locked, it's going to be braided. But for the most part, black men shave their joint down to the skull because they don't want to deal with their hair. And after they shaved it all the way down, what do? Put a wave cap on because they want to pretend they have, quote, good hair. All that stuff they try to enforce on you, all those things they try to push on you, it's because they hate themselves, guys. I'll put my video up on here where I showed the number of black men who alter their features. Uh, Charlemagne, baby, he bleaches his skin. He was talking about hyperpigmentation or whatever. I know skin bleaching when I see it. Orlando Jones, a lot of people don't realize how much he is bleached. Like, he looks completely different than he did on Mad TV. I'll put my video up so y'all can see it. But like that man literally used to be the color of Aldous Hodge, and now he is several shades lighter. And I know relaxer when I see it. Because have you seen his hair? Please. Please. That man has an S curl. And live your life. It's certainly a free country. But these men cannot be at the forefront because they hate themselves. B. Michelle said when she first started going natural, the demo you were with at the time didn't like it. Of course, they were the main ones who were anti-natural hair movement. They were the main ones, and they tried to push it off on other things, but it's them. They didn't want to see you going natural. And honestly, all this talk about like why the natural hair movement it got diverted and why it didn't do this and why it didn't do that, nobody to me has ever named the real reason, which is black men. Black men, remember back in the day, and like still now today, black men claim they hate weaves so bad. They hate weaves and they hate wigs and they hate heavy contour and they hate da da da. No, they actually don't. They do not hate wigs and weave or whatever. They hate that those things look so good that it fools them. And they hate that it doesn't give them an excuse to disqualify you. See, if men really hated wigs and weaves, they would not constantly be saying, oh my God, I met this girl. I thought she was so fine until I found out it was a weave. So you love the way it looks because you thought you were getting a certain thing. You thought she was biracial. You thought she was blah, 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 blah. But you found out it was just a wig. You thought it was just a weave. And you can see that going back to different worlds, you know? Dwayne brings home a girl the way look the same way all the girls he brought home, like Whitley, 1 teaspoon of color from white. And Ron, oh, she not that fine. It's a weave. No, it's not a weave. I already checked. No. Let me tell you something. If black men really hated wigs and weaves and things like that, they should be thrilled. A TWA, teeny weeny afro, is obviously not a wig, right? If you wanted a woman who was natural with her natural hair, you should be thrilled by the natural hair movement. No. What you want is a woman with long, natural, straight, or curly hair. And you don't like that women can buy options that look like long, straight, or curly hair. You don't like that. And the reason the natural hair movement went sideways is because of black men's complaints and because of women trying to act like their natural hair was the good kind of natural hair. I said the quiet part out loud. Fight me. I do not care. And yeah, the thing is, there's no fooling anybody. If you wanted natural hair for real, there are plenty of girls who have big afros and who have nice long locks or whatever. Where's all the talk about that? There's no talk about it because black men don't want that. It's actually never been about the length of your hair. It's literally always been about the texture of your hair. There are women with locks down to their ass. Everybody knows locks are relatively easy to grow. Like, it's easy for your hair to get long when it's locked. So there's really no long hair. Plenty of long black girls out there, okay? Plenty of long haired naturals too. But you don't want that. You want a woman who looks ambiguous, and you're mad when you think you found one, but she's actually fooling you with contour and a weave in your mind. So yeah, I don't have energy with black men and their fucking foolishness, because black women, I don't think they've ever really gotten it. They'll be close, but they don't really like get it. They'll say, "Oh my God, black men have such high standards for black women, and you got to be like brilliant, and you got to be working 50 million jobs, you got to be making all this money, you got to be so educated, you got to be so beautiful," and they have no standards for white women because they don't actually have standards. What they have are a list of reasons to reject you. Okay, they have disqualifiers. And a lot of times we're so amazing that their disqualifiers don't work because we really can do all the stuff. And they don't have a reason to not be with you, so they go ahead and they settle. And that's why they treat you so badly, because they don't want to be there. And yeah, they should just be men about it. They should just be men about it and say, "I'm a self hater, okay? I don't want you. You are so fabulous, but I hate you because I hate myself. I hate my own dark skin. I don't want to see it reflected when I wake up. So I just want to be with any old white woman. Doesn't really matter who." And you could say, "Cool, go live your life." But they won't do that. They say, "Oh, black women are so loud," and they find somebody who's super soft spoken. "Black women are so uneducated." They find one who's got a PhD. "Black women have a bunch of baby daddies," and they find one who's got no children and who's a virgin. And they find this paragon of beauty and grace and education and talent, and then they just try to grind her into the dirt for not being a average white woman. They hate that they finally got their outlier, or what they think is an outlier, and she's so amazing. They have no complaint against her, but they're angry they don't have an excuse to date out. So that's why they treat you so badly. There you go, a little knowledge for you. Because you'll notice they'll go out and they'll get a white woman who's all the things they say they hate so bad. They'll date a white woman who's got a bunch of children. They'll date a white woman who, isn't educated. They'll date a white woman who's got, all of the things they claim they hated so bad. And when it comes to women who are white or non-black, having certain traits, they not only don't mind it, they will uplift it as a virtue. They'll say black women are so loud, and then they will go date a Latina. "Oh, she's so feisty. I love that she, gives me tit for tat and we go back and forth. I love the banter." Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, no. No. Why don't, because that's literally all they are. Hay says, "Why do I think black men have not deconstructed their internalized racism?" To deconstruct means to take something apart. If black men take apart their internalized racism, they will fall apart. That's literally all that's holding them up. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. I don't actually know that I am that funny. I'm just like mean, but black men, think about their defining characteristic. Like, think about black men, seriously. Think about everything black men have created over the past 100 years. Think about the music and the movies and the media and everything. What is the defining characteristic of all that stuff? It's the hatred of black women, which is really self-hatred. Like, go back to the early 20th century, okay? You're thinking about like, do the literature, for example. Think about the literature that was produced during that time period. It's all pleading for racial justice. It's your invisible man, it's your native son, it's your black boy, all that stuff. Babe, if you're spending all your time obsessed with the white man, talking about how he won't do me right and how racism has impacted your life, like, it's nothing about how great being black is, right? It's literally the white man won't give me a fair shake and why life is like it is in my society, and then a great big dollop of how much I'm going to inflict the pain of that onto black women. What's up, native son? Hey there, invisible man. So if all you're writing and talking about is how much you want to be integrated into white society, it really just screams self-hatred. None of it is, I'm so great. What we have over here is so great. I just am oppressed, like societally, like socially. I can't get what I'm entitled to. I can't go to schools that my taxes pay for. I cannot have access to equal citizenship. It's literally my community is terrible. I'm in the dregs of society. Everyone around me is so problematic, and how I wish I could be on the white side of town. It's honestly it's quite problematic. So Mo says, do try to tell you how you should have your hair because he likes the size, sass, texture, and you cut him off because he spoke on good hair, which confirms your tolerance. Perfunctory collegiate pro blackness. I have to say, it's always the main dude screaming, I'm pro black, that have been the most colorist and futurist. Like, that's the one thing about School Days that didn't make any sense to me. You know, the Lawrence Fishburne character is dating the dark skinned black woman, and she says, "Oh, I feel like you're only with me because I'm one of the darkest girls on campus." I was like, that would never even happen in real life. It's the main dude screaming, "My black queen," dating some girl who's like half drop from white. Look at the Panthers. Catherine Cleaver looked like if she straightened her hair, she could pass. Like she had light eyes and like literally, she was one shade from being straight vanilla white. And that's no shade of tea to her. She can't help how she looks. She can't help her genetics. I mean, the 1960s, my God, you know, it probably wasn't even consensual how you got here and you look like that. So, no shade, no tea to you. It's just that the main people who were preaching black liberation and loving your black skin or whatever, they were dating women who looked like her and Angela Davis. And I'm supposed to have some kind of deep belief in their pro blackness? Yeah, right. You're right, babe. I'm good, but you do what's right for you. Like, legit, I don't know if you've ever seen the children of the Black Panthers, but they look like Catherine Cleaver. They look like that. They are either completely, like, actually biracial, like the men who were so pro black had them with white women, or they are, you know, one shade from white just because they were the product of very, very light skinned women. But it's not about preferences. So Alexandra says, at the end of the day, you like what you like, and true preferences are hard to change. It really isn't a preference. As I said earlier, the men who are married out and who talk a bunch of smack will secretly, behind the scenes, be with black women. I mean, like I said, Dave Chappelle had an affair with Azalea Banks. You know, publicly, Diddy is with Cassie and J Lo, but he had a whole bunch of children with Kim Porter. 2 Minute Topic says Amanda Seale's father is a Black Panther. Exactly. As was Kanye West's father. You know? And we see what Kanye's mindset is like. What a fucking waste of time. I don't know about that. So Alexandra says she was talking about black women's preferences. To be clear, not black men's. Black women do not have a preference. I will not be saving this video. A lot of black women have a delusion that is really a fetish. Yes, that's right. Assassin's Core was a panther, and we see how that turned out. But back to what I was saying about black women. It's so much, Lord, it's so much. So first of all, at least black men's preferences are somewhat grounded in reality. Like black women will be like, "Oh my god, I Afina, you know what I mean." Um Black women will be like, "Oh my god, I have a preference for black men." And you'd be like, "Oh, okay, because you had a black father who treated you so well." "Oh no. Oh, because you've dated black men and they've treated you amazing and you want to replicate that kind of relationship." "Oh no. I went to a black school and black boys made fun of me and they said my hair was ugly and my nose was too big and they've always been really unkind and abusive and like, very aggressive towards me physically." Then you say to them, "Well, why do you want to only date black men?" Because they make it clear it's not a preference, it's an exclusionary dating system. And you're like, "Okay, well, then why do you only want to date black men since you have not experienced that kind of love in your home or your dating life or seen it with anyone around you?" Because I just think black love is so beautiful. Where have you seen this occur? Like in your mind? But I would actually like to counter that. I would like to counter that. So Alexandra says, "It seems to her that a lot of black women, for whatever reason, are genuinely only attracted to black men's features." I want to say something controversial and yet so brave. That's because black women brainwash themselves. And I don't want to make it seem like they do this independently of anybody's help, because the whole community does get together to brainwash black women. Because tell me something, how can black women think I only like black men's features when black men hate your features? When black men had literally get on the mic every day and say they want a long hair, thick red bone, they hate wide noses, they hate dark butts. Hello, they're Kodak black. Your skin, your hair, your lips, unless they're on a white woman, are ugly. They're terrible. How can you then say I only like men who look like the men who have been the most abusive and horrible to me? And mind you, this is me as pretty much an outsider saying this, because this is actually not my personal experience. Like, I have a great black father. But because I've always said, black women who have actually had a good father, they are the most willing to date out because they want to replicate their actual experience and not an imaginary experience. Like, I wanted to replicate the actual love I saw in my home. I was always taught I was the most beautiful girl. My dad would just be like going crazy over my dark skinned mother. And he'd be like, "Me and my sisters, who are all chocolate girlies, I wear the same shade of Lancome foundation as Lupita. Okay, I'm a dark skinned girl. I'm a chocolate girl." Like, he would just be like, "Oh my God, you all are the prettiest." My dad used to say he never understood Beyonce's success. He's like, "Kelly Rowland is much prettier." So that was the kind of affirmation I was getting at home. So when I would go out to the world and black men would act like unimpressed, I was like, "Oh, y'all must be slow." All right, I'm gonna keep it moving because I've already been told I'm the best thing since sliced bread. So this not the audience. They don't know it's me here. It's me. Like, I'm stepped into the room. Like, when I tell you my dad acts like Will Smith in that one frame when he was like gesturing with his arm, like gesticulating towards Jada, like, I wish y'all could see me because I'm doing my arms. Y'all know that meme. He literally is such a fan. He's like, "Oh my God, that girl right there, ooh, she is so fine." Like, my dad is going crazy 24/7. So I was like, "Yeah, if you can't love me like that, it's not meant to be. I must be adored. Like, I'm worthy to be adored. I look just like my mom, so I must be meant to be adored like that." So, yes, only worshipers are worthy to date me. 2 Minute Topic says, "I love your dad. I love him too. He's great. He's the best." I mean, that's possible. So Alexandra says, "Not gonna lie, she doesn't understand them either, but she figured it was a woman thing because she sees white women hyping hideous white men all the time." Now that is factual. I mean, I was just watching one of my favorite Crazy Ex-Girlfriend songs, "Fit Hot Guys Have Problems Too." I have always said that that lawyer guy who plays her boyfriend in season 4 is ugly as fuck. Now, is his body amazing? His body is tremendous. But I said, maybe because I'm not white, I don't understand how he's supposed to be like the super fine lead because he is not attractive. White Josh is very attractive. Um, Josh Chan, very, very attractive. They're both gorgeous guys. But the lawyer guy, I think Nate or something is his name. Nathaniel is ugly. Nathaniel is fucking weird looking. I said it. But a lot of them, they have like white woman goggles, and if he's tall and blonde, he's fine. Not me. Not I, said the cat. Black men flooding Venus's socials with their disappointment in the Williams sisters marrying white men. Their dad would be disgusted. Self-fulfilling prophecy much. Literally. Because I'm like, black men tip their hand every day. They expect you to take their abuse. And they normalize you doing that. Like, where was all their disgust when Common told Serena, I'm not going to marry you, but you can be my baby mama? You know, where was all their disgust when both of the Williams sisters dated black man after black man who did them so dirty? And they tried to love him from snow to crow, didn't they? I mean, Serena dated Drake. She dated Common. Like, and those are just the last two in a long line of black men she gave opportunity to who didn't deserve it. And black men tried to make it like, oh, she gave a lesser white man a chance. She gave the founder of Reddit and a venture capitalist a chance. Yeah, he has less money. He still has hundreds of millions of dollars. He gave her a big old rock, supports her endlessly, like, is just kind and thoughtful and loving. And Libby and Rose, they always want to tell half a story. So she said, the dude said, your dad is the reason y'all are famous and you marry white men. First of all, their own talent is the reason that they're famous. And yeah, maybe their dad is the reason they married white men because he abandoned his first family. He had multiple children with a wife. Not that it makes it any better if he were to abandon a girlfriend, but he had like 5 kids with his first wife and he walked out the door and never spoke to her again because he met somebody else and decided to have more children and see if that was more successful. And he produced Venus and Serena. And because he could pimp them for their talent, he stayed around. Yeah, no, their dad was no good. And he's on family at least number 3 now and has children aged with Serena's children. You know, Richard is a monster. And if you want to ask me, they never should have made that movie, but that's really neither here nor there. Like a lot of Negroes, he wasn't a good man. He was a good man to one family. And that's the truth. Honestly, if we were to do the actual percentage of good black men, you'd be able to strain that thing with a mesh strainer. You know, you'd be able to count that thing like grains of rice because most of them are just horrible people. And maybe they were good to one set of families, but how many families do they have? Right now, so that's the way we glorify these abusive stage parents. But it goes further than that. It goes so much further than that because honestly, LeVar Ball's another one. These men didn't do whatever on their own time, and now at their children's expense, they want to benefit. You know? Not that they didn't have talents of their own, not that they didn't have a career of their own, but that they feel entitled to suck the marrow out of their children's life, that they feel like their children are only an extension of them. Like, honestly, a lot of these men are diagnosable narcissists. Don't even bring that up. Alexandra said she's watched a long documentary about jazz, and it's crazy how the demos haven't changed at all. I literally will get mad because my grandfather loved jazz, so I love jazz too. But I started learning about these men's stories, and if I hear some jazz now, I will get up and turn it off. I will get up and turn it off because I just get so upset. These men just running around from place to place, woman to woman, leaving behind families, doing whatever feels good at the moment. And people try to make it into this great virtue. Oh, so and so is a great artist. Listen, I love art. I'm all about art. Art is great. But it doesn't excuse the harm that you've done because you can play an instrument. It's on par with you tossing around a ball. Somebody out there was entertained by it, but you are still a monster. Oh, child. Ooh, I can't be getting my blood pressure up all high. Just all of them, child. Duke Ellington, from Woman to Woman. These men, and it's the same things we say about white men who are creatives. A lot of these men were doing nothing but stealing from their wives, who were creative souls as well, and just abusive alcoholics, addicts. Oh yes, Miles Davis and Cicely Tyson. It's always something, child. Cece says, I concur, my father's a narc. Girl, at least you can admit it. That is what's up. It's true. It's true. A lot of men are like that. They are looking to trade up, but not just color wise. These men always have some sort of plan of destruction. They're always trying to find the next best thing. I've always said, whoever a man is with at the moment is the dream woman. And what I mean by that is the dream is something that you have. And a lot of people conflate dream woman with beauty exclusively, but it's not necessarily true. You know, the dream might be your labor, the dream might be your money, your resources, the dream might be your connections. Like, men are very aware. I remember when I was watching Girlfriends for the first time, I was 11 when it was on. And I was amazed to see how, what's the word, open William was about his reasons for dating Monica. Like, yeah, he liked that Monica was beautiful, but he said she's connected. Her father was the wealthy guy who lived in the penthouse of Oprah's building. Like, yeah, oh, her father is best friends with the firm's biggest client. Her father has a street named after him. William was a social climber. William felt a way about his prospects, and he was jealous of Monica. He was jealous of this black girl who had the BAP existence, who had the money to back it all up, and he wanted to humble her. Mm, mm, mm. Child put me in the mind of August Wilson. Put me in the mind of August Wilson, because these black men will do all this lip running about how they pro black and they have created black art forms, and then go and marry a white woman or a non black woman. Cornell West, Henry Louis Gates, just all of them. They do all this lip running about how they love blackness so good, and then go marry a white woman. And, these guys will die. Gates and West are still alive, but August Wilson, you will die, and this person will be the one who's supposed to carry on your legacy, and then you'd be mad when the stuff is not right. Say what you will about Mary Baraka, at least he came to himself and realized he was in the wrong. Oh, everybody knows Dr. Umar's like that. Quincy Jones, Barry Gordy, exactly. Exactly. So Mo said one of Miles Davis' exes went on to marry a multi-billionaire heir, kept 30 million home, plus she still carries the name post-divorce. That's funny. That's how you got to do it, baby. That's how you got to do it. Because I'm really disappointed. And going back to black women earlier and what their problem is, these women, again, I don't want to blame it all on them, like the world, like the black world doesn't put these ideas in your mind. But while these men have been out having their fun, Quincy Jones and Barry Gordy, you've been told you're supposed to carry the race. So I believe it was one of the Staples sisters was proposed to by God, I know his name is gonna escape me. He won that Mr. Blowing in the Wind. He wrote all those white protest songs. I don't think he can sing, but nobody asked me. But big time white guy. Somebody find me his name. It's McCart something. He wrote Blowing in the Wind. White people can't get enough of him and his lame songs. And he proposed to her and she said no because Black unity. Bob Dylan, thank you. Bob Dylan, thank you. And she went on and was in a bunch of abusive relationships with black men who didn't marry her, and her career suffered. And you could have been great. He was telling her how she had such a beautiful voice and how they could be a powerhouse and how much he loved her and adored her and wanted to treat her well. And we see what happened. Thank God for all the women who caught sense and who said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Diana Ross is one. Diane Carroll is another. These women said, I'm not going to sit here on the shelf while you play the field. So, yeah, man, you cannot be a sucker. These men are always going to say, rules for thee and not for me. Do as I say and not as I do. It's your job. Oh, well, see, men, I'm telling you, whenever you catch a man dead to rights, they always say the same thing. Well, men want everybody. Oh, men are just exploring our options. Well, baby, we're exploring our options too. Okay? We're exploring our options as well. And I wish more black women had the nerve. But thank God for the OGs who did. Pearl Bailey. Pearl Bailey back in the day, 50s, 40s, married a white man and went on about her business. And she didn't let that stop her from singing in black art forms and living her best life as an artist. But she's like, these niggas won't do right. I got something for them. And all the rest of them. They try to make you afraid with like the scary tales. Honestly, if you want to know my real opinion, one of the only reasons the Dorothy Dandridge biopic was done was because it's a scary tale. She had a white manager and she got into a relationship with him and he never left his wife and all that stuff. It's a scary tale. In the end, you die alone and you've been abandoned and everything like that. Same thing with don't help me, Billie Holiday. It's a scary tale. It's to keep you in your place. Y'all know not Mahogany. Was it Mahogany? No, the first movie. Yeah. Lady Sings the Blues. So Lady Sings the Blues is actually a biographical film about Billie Holiday. But there were elements that were in there that were meant to push it even more so, to scare you into your place. Why are you not in your place? So, yeah, they want you terrified. They want you seeing danger everywhere except where it's actually going to come from. Not just Leslie Uggams. So, Lavian Rose said Leslie Uggams married a white man too, been together for decades. Alfre Woodard is married to a white man, and he bought her the rights to that movie Juanita or whatever that last one was she did, because she said, I like this book. He said, oh, it's okay, baby, I will get you the rights so you can make it into a movie. Like, and they've been married for 20 million years and she adopted some black children. That woman is living my dream life. Her and Keisha Sharp, Monica from Girlfriends. Keisha Sharp also married a white man and adopted these two lovely little black girls. And that right there, like, if I were going to do that, that's how I would do it. Because I'm like, oh my God, you're Keisha Sharp. How can you not have little chocolate drop daughters who look like you? So she said, I'm going to find a way. So yeah, you see these women, they are married and happy and living their best life. And the men who didn't want them anyway, want to have something to say after the fact. It's like, where were you? Where were you when these women were at the beginning or the middle of their careers and they were looking for partners? Mo said bell hooks called out Madonna on behalf of black men just for black men to crap on bell hooks, and she's not putting her neck out for a man, let alone a Timo. Baby, I don't understand it. I genuinely don't. It's like these women are addicted to suffering. And they'll be so wise, RIP to bell hooks. But it's like I could never get on board with some of that stuff she was saying. Like in All About Love, but if you read the We Real Cool about black men and masculinity, you kind of see what the problem was. Listen, racism is real, our history is real, suffering is real, but that's not going to make me feel any better. I love that poem that Cree Summers read in the Love Tap episode of A Different World. She's like, I don't need to hear about how my real problem is the system. I'm no brain surgeon, but I know the system you hit me with is a fist. Like, yeah, like black men will try to talk about the system and the evil white man. Baby, what that got to do with domestic violence? What that got to do with our rates of SA, which are double, quadruple, and whatnot, the national average? Like, tell me more about the evil white man. Oh, that must be in a movie. So Mo said Tyler Perry had Keisha Sharp do the white man cautionary tale where he demanded a prenup and then was pissy when she was on board to protect herself too. Trauma Perry does not like black women, white men unions. I knew that Tyler Perry was going to do anything he could to stand against black women, white men unions when I saw I Can Do Bad All by Myself, with Taraji Henson. I said, this man has even expanded his base. He said, you could even have a Latino man as long as he is poorer than you, as long as you're not coming up materially in the world, you could even marry a Latino man. But he's never going to feature a black woman marrying a white man because then it means you don't have to settle. It means you can have it all. You don't have to go through suffering because the highfalutin black man in his movies is always abusive. So if he's educated and he dark skinned, he's going to be an abuser. You have to have the poor, good, honest light man, your Shamar Moore, or your was Boris in one of his movies? I feel like he was Boris Kojo. And you have to somehow be supporting this man. This man has to be on the come up on your dollar. Oh, that's funny. Levian Rose says, I refer to Tyler Perry as toilet paper now. That's a good one. I like that. Boris played the bus driver. The trauma that gave me honestly ought to be studied. I be waking up out my sleep sometimes thinking about that. Because these wigs, Lord, he was in that horrible afro wig. You know what? I actually have a theory about that. Y'all want to hear it? That's good because I'm going to tell you. So, you know how you be having the super fine men in the horrible wigs, right? For a long time, I thought he was just ignorant. Because, he's this Chitlin Circuit play guy. No, no, no. This is on purpose. Because you look at Shamar in the cornrow wig or you see Boris in the afro wig, you don't really know who they are at first, right? Right. What's the point of this? To make you, real human being, think, oh my God, I don't even recognize fine ass Shamar Moore. Well, maybe if I were to give the bus driver or the lawn man a chance, he will actually glow up. He will cut his hair and I can fix his teeth and he'll look good. Like in Don't Help Me, Two Can Play That Game. You know, you see Bobby Brown, I hope he burns in hell, but you see him and he's got on the Jerry Crow wig, his teeth are all fucked up And then Wendy Raquel Robinson takes him home and fixes his teeth up and cuts his hair, and he looks like a normal human. He's still ugly though. They want you to think that that's real. That's not real. That's in their minds. Ayana Van Sant asking Ebony K. Williams what she did a bus driver, says Livia and Rose. They want to normalize that for you. They want to normalize you giving your resources to a black man. Notice how if a black woman wants a black man on her level, not above, but literally making the same amount of money, having the same education, she's a gold digger, she's this, she's that, she's the third, but they want you to reach down under your level. They want you to reach down to sea level, if you will, to pick some manatee out the damn water. I shouldn't do manatees like that because manatees are cute. Manatees are so cute. But yeah, they want you to reach down and pick up some like beluga whale and give him housing and clothing and a place to stay rent free and clean him up. Thank you, Mo. In that movie, he was looking like he chewed on wrenches and an engine dropped on his face repeatedly. He was hideous. Listen, I can forgive Oprah for a lot, but her continued support of Ayana is one of the things that really gives me major side eye. Because I love Oprah and everything, but girl, what? Looking like an anglefish, yes. Yes. Lantern and all. Terrible. This scary. Just scary. And that's what kills me. Because you're supposed to do all this labor, like literally. You are supposed to be raising a grown man. And you're like, okay, for what purpose? Like, what is this man bringing that's supposed to be worth all this labor, financial and emotional, you're putting into him? And they're like, drum roll, black love. I'm like, what? It sounds like if you want black love, you should have a child because that's what that is. It's a mother-child relationship. Like literally, they could not make the idea of being with a man any less appealing. Right now, literally putting your life at risk by allowing them into your home. I just want to thank God and all his seraphim right now for social media. Social media to me is holy because social media has done us such a service. I mean, we have never gotten this kind of service in decades. If it weren't for social media, you would not see women who've done the thing they tell you to do getting killed. You know, you wouldn't see these big social media influencers and women like Super Scent who have put a man on and the suffering hell that they're going through right now. Thank you, God, for social media. You've done so much. Black love makes me think about how everybody loves Love and Basketball, says B. Michelle. I always hated Love and Basketball. I was like, but I just want to thank God. I want to. Oh, first of all, guys. You want a good laugh? This is a real thing. I swear unto you that this happened. So I was going back and forth with my trainer on Wednesday, right? I was just trying to make my workout go by. I'll talk about anything to anybody to make my workout go by faster. So we were talking about like body modifications, you know, like surgery. And he was like, oh, well, women, they feel like it doesn't matter how nice you are to a woman or whatever, they're going to feel the way they feel about their own body. I was like, no. I was like, women feel the way that they feel, black women do, because their men are saying one thing and they're following something else on IG or whatever. And we start getting into a big discussion about media and everything like that. He's like, I'm not even going to get the beginning part of the argument, but I did my traditional thing I always do with you guys. I said, hey, all right, you're trying to tell me colorism is not part of black media. Name me a rom-com that a woman Lupita's color has starred in, and you can't say a Black Panther. Name me a romantic movie that a black woman Lupita's color has starred in. Do you know this nigga said Love and Basketball? No, I'm sorry, I'm lying. He said Brown Sugar. I said, what? I said, that woman is nowhere near. He's like, well, she's not really light skinned. I was like, don't talk. I said, no more talking. Brown sugar. He says to me, apropos of nothing. Brown sugar. I was like, don't talk anymore. I said, I'll just do sit-ups. Thank you. No, first of all, that was still struggle love. Breaking all the rules does not count. And then, do you remember how Jamie Foxx looked in that movie? Just no. Just no. Thank you. And again, there's a major gulf between Gabby and Lupita color wise. Like, is Gabby light? No. But is she Lupita's color? No. No. Like, honestly, that's the darkest you ever see a woman approach. He named Waiting to Exhale eventually, and I was like, it doesn't count because it was made by a black woman. It's based, I mean, Forrest Whitaker's the director, but it's based on Terry McMillan's Waiting to Exhale. And even then, Gloria, what's her name? Adele from Grey's Anatomy has the worst, in my opinion, outcomes. First, she has a baby out of wedlock by a gay man. And then, shout out Esposito. Uh, and then she has to settle for a much older man. Gloria's only in her 30s and she ends up with a Gregory Hines character who's supposed to be 50. I really, maybe I'll talk about that one day. But like, to me, that's just a form of colorism because nobody else in the movie is expected to date 15 years older just to get a man. Like, we never talk about that. We're supposed to be so grateful that anybody, especially a thin, supposedly attractive man, because Gregory Hines was light skinned. He's supposed to be so attractive, so she's supposed to be so grateful that the thin, light skinned man paid attention to her. I'm like, babe, you're 15 years my senior. Everybody else in the little group is in their early mid 30s, and they're not expected to date some old ass man. What's popping? Thank you. Older man with her labor being the selling point. Her cooking for him. Yes, bringing over the ham, macaroni and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Like, hell fucking no. You gotta pick a goddamn soul food feast just to be worthy of attention. No. Now, I will be fair. I'll be fair and I'll be honest. Because the Gregory Hines character does end up doing a lot of labor for Gloria. He's fixing things around the house. And in the book, she has a heart attack and he gives her CPR and saves her life. And he becomes a surrogate father to Tyreek. And that's all very lovely. But let me tell you about Satan. Okay. Satan is busy. I myself will be 37 in a month and a week, God willing, and the creek don't rise. And I have never even glanced in the direction of a man who is 50 years old. Okay, so for them to say like, oh, she's supposed to like marry him, and in the sequel to Waiting to Exhale, Getting to Happy, they've been married all this time and like she whatever. But spoiler alert, I mean, it's not really a spoiler because that book came out when I was in college. Like, literally, Getting to Happy came out in 2010. So if you haven't already read it, it's been 16 years. Get on the ball. So, in Getting to Happy, the sequel to Waiting to Exhale, the book opens with Marvin dying because he's old. He's old. Like, yeah, when you're a young little thing and you marry an old man, they're probably going to drop dead. I said it. A lot of people saying, damn, guys, it's been 16 years. Y'all didn't know that? As my brother would say, he died. Yes, he died. He did. And that's real. Olivia and Rose said, don't be a nurse with a purse. Now I'll give Marvin all the credit in the world. I will give Marvin all the credit in the world because What did Jesus say? I will not leave you without a comforter. And that's why the Holy Ghost came. Baby Marvin said, I will not leave you without a comforter. He was a good man, Savannah. He was a good man. He left Gloria plenty of life insurance, and she was able to upgrade her hair salon into a spa and put aside money for her grandchildren to go to college. She had a big old house she paid off. It was good. It was good. So if y'all want to check out Getting the Happy, I highly recommend. But yeah, um, and I think that's just reality. I think what's her name, Terry McMillan was right to put that down because it's just real life. If in 1990, because you know the book is set in 1990, if in 1990 Marvin was 50, in 2010, say with the class, how old was he in 2010 class? Johnny has 5 apples. If he was 50 in 1990, how old was he in 2010 class? I'm waiting on y'all. Come along. Come on, guys. The answer is 70. All right. No, he was 70. Yeah, some people got it. All right. Yes, he was 70 years old. And that's pretty normal for men to drop dead at 70. Like, let's not forget he had already buried a wife. He himself was a widower. So our people do be passing away. So yeah, he passed on. He had that heart attack and died. He was 70 years old. Or did he have a heart? Did he? No, I think he might have been shot. But anyways, whatever he was dead. So that's quite realistic. That is quite realistic. There was another one. I swear they're all the same book, but yes, no thank you to older men. I quite agree, Livy and Rose. Yeah, I'm young. I'm a young thing. I'm a young thing. I want a young person to live my young life. No, that's true. Not Chanel's no channel. Said that's what Papa's supposed to do. I'm weak, girl. You're a mess. But yes, I agree with Alex. The average man is not doing skincare, wearing sunscreen, working out, or getting hair implants. It's true. So they look like what they've been through. They look like what they've been through. It's crazy. Yes. Oh, and don't even bring that up, girl. Because how are you in your condition and still demanding labor from women? So Alex said, I feel like men see young women fawning over the 0.01% of celebrity ones that actually look good and are delulu enough to think they can compare. And I think right now it's got a good point. She said, and that's if you're lucky, the guy getting the hair implants and whatnot. But they might end up like Bruce Willis. This is a real thing. And let's not forget, Bruce Willis was in those streets, baby. Bruce Willis was running the streets. And now his ex-wife, who he hasn't been married to in 30 years. I mean, he hasn't been married to that woman. He ain't been married to Demi since I was a child. And I'm 36. So now Demi is expected to care for him alongside his new girl. And I'm like, this is a lot of labor. All because you had a baby for a man once upon a time. That's a little bit much for me. But that's why I'm telling you, these men want to have children with you not because they want children so bad, but to tie you to them for the rest of their life. I mean, think about it. If it was reversed and Demi Moore had early onset dementia, who in this room, who in the world would be expecting Bruce to drop his movie roles to go and care for her? Who? Brianna J says, look at Dion and Carucci. I told y'all leave those old men alone. Carucci is a little bit older than me, like 2 years older than me. And Dion Sanders is age with my dad. Like, this man has said out of his own mouth in the national news media, he is wearing Depends because he has I can't remember if it's prostate or colon cancer, but he has some kind of cancer that's affecting that area. And he said, I depend on Depends. He is missing extremities because of his diabetes. I'm in my 30s. I'm really good. I'm okay. Baby, right now says what happened to Gene Hackman's wife was a warning that getting with a rich man is not worth it a lot of the time. So I don't know if you all remember last year, Gene Hackman and his wife were found deceased, had been in the place for many days, and he was estranged from his family. And it turned out that they had eaten, well, he had dementia, but it turned out the two of them had eaten contaminated food in the cabinets. Food had been contaminated by rodents, and it will affect your mental health. It will, make you unable to whatever. And so they, you know, passed away, not getting any help because they didn't know that they needed any. And they were all isolated from society. And it was preventable. It was preventable because I'm not going to say who said this to me because I said I wouldn't. But they said, how is the person who is elderly and in poor mental health running the house? Yeah, right now said, I heard he was really cheap and wouldn't let her hire help. Somebody told me, how is she letting him run the checkbook? Girl, are you crazy? And I'm not laughing, but you know how black people have a lot of friends who are nurses, and they used to tell me all the time, white people will forget their family, they will forget their own name, but they won't forget to be racist. They still remember to call me a nigga every shift. Baby, men will forget who they are, but they will not forget to control you. That man was controlling every penny she could spend and couldn't spend, and he was telling her, the man with dementia, was telling her, the young able-bodied woman, she couldn't leave the house, and she was listening. Baby, somebody said, so Gene was like his Heartbreaker's character. I don't know if he was or he wasn't, but I know that this woman who was she was like 30 years his junior, she needn't have perished, but she did because she was listening to him. And that's on period. Lavian Rose says, I hate it when people say Dick Van Dyke lived to be 100 because he's healthy. Nope, he has a 50-year-old wife, and that's why he lived to be 100. And he's been married to her for years and years. That woman was like in her late 30s when she married him. I know she thought he was going to die. So, fun fact, she was actually his hairdresser. I'm going to give y'all the tea. So he met her on set for some project. She was his hairdresser, and he was like making time with her, and she was like, yeah, you're in your 80s, tell me more. I know she thought she was gonna get broke off, but he's still alive, and that's cool because I love me some Dick Van Dyke. I really do. Oh, that's interesting. Right now says she's a nurse, and older male patients get scared of male nurses though. They probably think that the male nurse is going to do them like they would do if they were in the same position. And then, too, I think a lot of men, they gravitate towards nursing spaces because they think that they're going to overpower and dominate the nurse. They don't conceptualize you're an old man. Like, yeah, this nurse is a woman, and I know you've been used to dominating women your whole life, but it's not that kind of party. Like, so when they see a man, they think, oh, I thought I was gonna whatever, but now my fun time is over. Right now says, yep, I've seen it. 2 minute topic says that reminds me of a documentary on DV. This old man was like 90, still abusing his wife. She could have easily pushed him down the stairs. Like, girl. Baby, these women are wild. I remember when I was a girl, I used to love myself some AARP magazine. Only God can judge me. I loved two things, AARP magazine and Reader's Digest. And I remember reading an article that a lot of times there said there were two kinds of DV. And there's actually an old age onset DV. There's a DV that starts when you're like after 65 or whatever. And I was like, these women must be crazy. You mean you ain't never laid a hand on me before? This is a new kind of behavior. And you think we just gonna go with this dynamic? They're like, after these men are retired and they're in the home and your children are gone, they get to cutting up and they start, baby, that'll be his last day. Oh, children, your father fell down the stairs. It was so tragic. Don't play with me, sir. Do not play with me. And it's true. It's true. Right now, said a lot of older men are actually still very strong, especially when they have dementia. I've known a lot of older men. My grandfather, for example, must have been like 6'3". So if they were tall, they might become very thin, but they still maintain their strength or whatever. But you gotta be like, you gotta be on it. My grandfather used to call me Nurse Ratchet because he knew I wasn't playing with him. Love you, miss you. But yeah, no, I'm not the one in either of the two. Mo said, I remember this big boy that would take over for the tiny young pale nurses that the old man requests. He refuses to back talk, saying he'll be the one to help them because this isn't that kind of place. It's so true. It's really crazy. I was actually just asking my mom's friend who's a nurse because I had been reading a news story. And the point of the news story was not what happened. So I wanted to know more about it. The point of the news story was one of these men, one of these family annihilators. One of the things that he did was he assaulted the nurse, like he brutally beat the nurse. And then he ended up unaliving his family. And I was like, well, I'm very sorry about the family, but I wanted to know if any charges were filed because he just beat this nurse up in the hospital and just went on about his business. And so I asked my mom's friend, I said, is this a common thing? Is this something you've experienced? She's like, well, it's a common thing, but it's not something I've experienced. Because she's a black woman. She's like 5'11". She's like, I'll be playing with these people. I just let them know, like, if they come on, they gonna beat me how they find me. Like, I'm not the one. But she's like, yeah, a lot of nurses do experience violence from not even their patients, but like men, like the husband or whatever. They'll just run up on you. Alexandra says she's got to say, based on her mom working at a home health company and telling her stories about her patients, she would never go to work at an old man's house. 0 out of 10, baby. 0 out of 10. Because men in general. And then, they say being old only brings out your traits you already had. So, a lot of men are hella controlling and unkind and whatnot. So imagine old age and feeling impotent exacerbating that. I would not want to deal with that. Now they want to prove they're such a man over your body. We good over here, thanks though. But I think I was telling you about the AARP story. So many of these women, the husbands were somehow physically disabled and they were still, basically making it possible for the men to abuse them. I was like, girl, what? Like, did you see the guy? You see the guy who had just become paralyzed over on TikTok? He's a paraplegic. And he was going to his girlfriend's apartment and like crawling physically up the stairs because there was no elevator. And like she was going to the stairs and he was beating her. I'm like, girl, please kick that man right down the stairs. Or like he was laying on the floor, like he was getting out of his wheelchair, and getting onto the floor by her car, and I guess grabbing her legs or whatever. I was like, if you don't step on him, or better yet, get in the car and run him over. Cause I don't get it. I do not get it. Ta! I'm not laughing. I'm just like so shocked. Right now, says she used to get a lot of male patients pretending their hands don't work, so she had to help them with their urinal when they pee. It doesn't happen at her new hospital though. Baby, the way I would have been like, well, let me get you a male nurse so you're more comfortable. Although I know that's not always an option for you guys. But yeah, did you see that flight attendant that happened to, this man has some kind of fetish, big overweight man. He goes into the airport lavatory, the plane lavatory, and he's got the door open and whatnot, and then he tells the flight attendant, "Oh, I can't wipe myself," and he's demanding help with this. I think they eventually had to emergency land the plane, and then he called himself trying to sue the airline. I was like, God bless the flight attendants, honey, because I would have been like, Air Marshal, Air Marshal, because this shall not be. Lavian Rose says she said, yeah, she saw the paraplegic guy. That's crazy. Like, girl, all you have to do is tap him and he'll fall over. Yes. Mo said the way I would told them I'll get them a catheter, no meds. That's how you gotta do it, baby. That's how you gotta do it. Mo said there's a will, there's a way. And some people's way is that of a crossroads demon. Like, I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful I'm in a space where I don't have to communicate with many men anymore. Because why they just gotta be so extra? Like, I swear, sometimes I'm like, maybe it's not that bad in the world. Maybe we're seeing the worst of the worst there is online. And I leave my house and men exist. And I'm like, God, I hate them so much. It's like fire, shut up in my vein. Ooh, I hate them. I have been posting on TikTok and just get suppressed. I forgot y'all had the Pure Wicks now. Yeah, it's just, oh my God. Like, I'll just be somewhere minding my own business. Like, oh, I went to a party. And mind you, this is a party full of like older people. So it's like a professional party. When I say older, I mean like 50, 60, 70 year olds. And I was like literally one of the handful of young people. But I just went to this like professional networking thing, right? And the person who was in charge asked me to ask the DJ to play a particular song. So I go make my way over to the DJ and I say, "Can you play X, Y, and Z song?" Mind you, yes, I know the DJ is like there and we're kind of by the speakers, but it wasn't that doggone loud. He could hear me just fine. He pretends like he can't hear me and he leans all the way over and like grabs my shoulder and like in my ear, "What?" I was like, "Sir, please, please." So I just repeat what I've said and I go back to my seat, already irritated because I hate when people touch me. I really hate that. But then he plays the wrong song. I can tell you what, the person asked me to ask him to play the Tamian line dance. Now, if I say play the Tamian line dance, what does that mean? Like, if I say play the Tamina line dance, you are supposed to play what song? Nobody's answering, but the correct answer is can't get enough. You know, close the door, I want more, I can't get enough of you. You know the Tamina line dance. We all know the Tamina line dance. I say very loudly, "Can you play the Tamia line dance?" He's, "Oh yeah, I got you." After all that, he plays the wrong song. He plays "Still" by Tamia, which who plays "Still" by Tamia when you say Tamia line dance? But I just go back up and I say, "Excuse me." Mind you, "Still" is a slow song. Still. So I'm like, it's so soft. Nobody's dancing. He could hear me perfectly well. I stand like 3 feet away, and I'm like, "Excuse me, I meant can't get. Can you play? Can't get enough." And he says, "What?" And he like steps, like tries to step like right into my body and like grab my waist. I was like, "No." I just pushed out with my hands, like, "No, no, 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 no." Speaking of which, Mo says, like everybody being a hugger when the situation isn't that kind of social. And when the guy goes to leave, he tries to hug me from behind. I'm eating, I'm standing up, and I'm snacking as I'm helping them clean up. And he tries to like grab me. I was like, wow, I had to use my elbows. Thank God I studied judo. But what is wrong with people? I cannot stand the thing in this world that makes me the most angry is when people try to touch me. I literally hate that. Unless we are very close, unless we are family, hands to yourself. Oh gosh. Sadaku, are you Nigerian? You answer my question first. You're Nigerian, huh? I know the name. I knew it. Yeah. I know some Sadakus. Oh, you're sweet. Thanks. I bet I know your family. I know some very lovely Sadakus. Yes, the book is coming, guys. Like the dragons, the book is on its way. Really, I should be working, but I'm gonna get up now and finish the dishes with you guys, and then I'm gonna go do some work. Ooh. Want to get more content? I'm gonna put up something today about the new season of Bridgerton. I was honestly struggling to come up with enough stuff to write. Because honestly, I'm only an episode and a half in, but it was kind of dry. Hopefully it picks up. Now, I'm an analyst. I'm not a, what do you call it? Like a recounter. I don't do like a synopsis. That's not my niche. I'm an analyst. So I'm here to tell you the meaning of what all has happened. So I don't really need it to be an interesting show to do that. But I mean, my God. I have definitely seen better. Not sad because I'm about to eat him alive. Am I still gonna be on TikTok with all the changes? Did I finish this? Oh. Olivia and Rose says they have the same showrunner from season 3 that sucked. Yeah. The season 2 is honestly the only good season. But the thing about so season 1 was good world building. Season 2 was amazing. Season 3 was bad, just objectively. But there was still some interest because you had the mystery of people finding out that she was Bridget. She was and wondering what was going to happen. You had the queen looking for a whistle down or whatever. But so far, please, somebody let me know so I can have hope to go on when I go to the gym. Is it going to be even a little bit more interesting? Because, like I said earlier, the whole retold Cinderella is not doing it for me. It is not doing it for me. And then in season 1, there were so many storylines. You had Colin and that lovely little black girl. You had Daphne and the Duke. You had Anthony and the opera singer. There was enough to create interest, even though it wasn't my cup of tea. You had something. But this season seems to be centered on Violet and that black man. Ew, yuck. Because it's so lame. It's so lame. And there's nothing they love better than trying to enfold some mediocre looking white woman into the beauty hierarchy. Like, oh my God, they are really trying to make Violet into this great beauty, and I just cannot even. My disbelief does not suspend that far. Not even gonna lie to you. Because there are some pretty older women, and she look okay, but she's not. Who's gorgeous and older? She's not Angela Bassett. She's not Angela Bassett. So I'm like, Now, do black men risk it all every day for mediocre looking white women? Of course. Of course. And at least this one has some money. So it's not like it's unbelievable, but it's just boring. Honey, Violet gets a man, but not Lady Danbury. Yep, this is a fantasy. Period. Although I actually am a little bit interested in the byplay, like the little attitude that's coming up between Danbury and the Queen. I really that I'm living for those scenes. Those scenes are so powerful because those women are the best actresses on the show. So of course, them being snippy with each other and like Danbury can't really say what she wants to say. I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, that's interesting. But you know, the thing is, if you know how something's gonna end, the journey's only interesting when they do the unexpected. You know. So, you know, in the end, that Anthony, Colin, no, his name starts with a B. Bennett. No, that's not right. Benedict, which is a fucking terrible name. Who named him that? But whatever. Benedict. You know, in the end, Benedict is gonna marry this little Asian girl. So that's fine. I don't care. But what has to make it interesting is the journey, you know? We knew in the end Kate and Anthony were going to be together, but what made it interesting was, hey, he's engaged to her sister. How is this going to turn out? How is this going to play out? It doesn't seem like I'm going to get my happily ever after. So even though I know it must happen, I see the show flying in the face of my knowledge every single day, you know? And then I'd actually like to hear from you guys. What do you think was the point of having Benedict open episode 1, season 1 by kissing a man? So Benedict, you know, he's been having it off with the people at his little bacchanals, you know. Remember he had that threesome with the blonde woman last season, her and a man, and she was encouraging him to, quote, explore his desires. And he seemed like he got something going with that footman too. So what is the point of trying to put him in a whatever, say heteronormative relationship with Miss Sophie Beck? What's up with that? Oh, I already have that down. I've already said talk about that, Faye. That fantasy of the guy being a rake and suddenly wants to marry. I already have a whole page in my writing journal that I'm going to be talking about with that. But I'll give you a hint. It's definitely in line with everything you see happening right now. I mean, what are they remaking? Wuthering Heights, Terrible Abusive Man. Don't Tell Me with the black girl. Somebody give me the name of that book. It's by Ibsen. Come on, somebody give me the name of that. Ooh. Haida something. Hedda Gabler. Whatever. I absolutely agree with that. Alexandra. She said, too many rakes is why I was bored after 3 episodes of season 1. And maybe the Regency classics are unrealistic, but I often find the male leads to be more tolerable in them. Here's the thing. So it's a few things. I don't think you can have it both ways. What drew people
distasteful to Bridgerton was the fact that it was supposed to be Regency era. It's supposed to be classic courtship. It was supposed to be women not being so whatever available. So then when they did finally sleep with the guy, even if it was outside of marriage, like with Kate and Anthony, the buildup had been so prolonged. You know, you had experienced so much yearning, you got a much greater release, you know? I guess Shonda had done enough of the guy sleeps with girl right away with your Grays and your Scandal. You know, you open those shows, the people have already slept together. So that was what was fun about those shows, seeing if they were going to stay together, seeing if they could make it work in a relationship. But we were like, I guess this generation, you know, is sex saturated. This generation has been raised on doing it early and doing it often. So, like, we grew up watching Sex and the City and Girlfriends and Friends and, you know, How I Met Your Mother and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, everybody sleeps with everybody. It feels like we're living in a brave new world. Like, everybody belongs to everybody. Everybody has sex with everybody. It's nothing new or exciting or inventive. So then they said, how can we make it exciting and inventive? They said, let's go backwards, where nobody's having sex with anybody, and make it fun and interesting. And that was good for a little bit. But now it's like, how do you expect me to believe that this man who just was sleeping with somebody before the party started, and a man at that, how do you expect me to believe he had one conversation and one dance with Sophie Beck and he's about to fall out of his tree because she's just so interesting and unique and he's got to be with her for serious courtship? It just doesn't track. Like, to me, they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to be super explicit, because the same thing happened with what's that fool's name, Anthony. The same thing happened with Anthony's character. Anthony had been sleeping with the opera singer, and not just sleeping with her, like they were having a full-on affair. He had bought her an establishment. He had been having it off all the time. So was it kind of unbelievable that he smelled Kate's perfume and he was willing to risk it all? A little bit, but the chemistry sold it and the tension stayed high. And I believe that she would not ruin herself and she wouldn't ruin her sister's prospects. So you could kind of get over it. But here, I don't see anything compelling enough to make me believe that he would chase her, you know, Sophie Beck, so hard. And even if he was chasing her that hard, that, you know, it would be all of whatever, all this drama. Like, I have seen nothing so unique in their communication. Because that's one thing I really liked about Kate and Anthony. It wasn't just physical. Like, they had a connection. They were both the eldest. They both always felt like they had to be the responsible ones and they had to sacrifice. And it was more so believable because he started out the season saying, I want to get married because I need to do what I need to do for my family. So he was going to marry somebody. And then you got him involved in that triangle with Kate and her sister, Edwina. And it's like, okay, yeah, this story is compelling. Faye says, the Bridgerton men just like the chase. Once it's over, they go back to the default. Baby, let me tell you. I have seen nothing more horrible and more forced than every time Colin is on screen this season with Penelope. It's terrible. And is it me, Lord? Am I the one? Am I the problem? Because I promise you, maybe it's not whatever to say. Maybe it's not politic to say, but I promise you, if somebody said to me, you are going to be on television, and not just television, you are going to be on one of the top rated shows in the world, starring in it for a whole season, and that is going to be starting on X date, I personally would be taking great pains. But that's just me. Maybe I'm the problem. The father seems like the only one at this point. The only decent one at this point, says Faye. She likes Anthony though to a degree. And the thing about it is, like I said in my whole takedown about the whole Colin Penelope situation, I think it's realistic because Anthony ever said, I've never been in love before, I never whatever, but like he was never gonna marry the opera singer. And I never got the sense that it was, this is all consuming. I love this person with a love I can never experience with anybody else. I got the sense that it was like, this is where I go to escape my responsibility. And yeah, he may love her, but at the end of the day, it wasn't going anywhere. But like with Kate, he found a partner for life. Like, I love that they were well matched on all levels. Colin and Penelope's love story was awful. I turned off the recap. It was only like a minute and a half, and I couldn't even bear it for that long. I was like, this is so terrible. Oh, but we haven't even talked about Eleanor's bitch ass. Isn't she terrible? Oh my God. And her hair looks a mess. I'm so bored of this whole I'm a spinster scene already. Like, she wants attention so bad. It's crazy. I hope they don't give her anybody this season, just because I don't want to see her. Like, the only time she was mildly compelling, Eloise, I forget her name because she's so boring. She is bitter. She's bitter because all she's ever wanted is attention. And so that is why she now wants to be on the shelf. She wants to be a spinster so bad. She'll do anything for attention. She was so jealous she couldn't be Whistledown. She couldn't meet Whistledown. And then when she found out it was just plain old Penelope, she thought she was better than plain old Penelope Featherington. She then had to try and stand on her neck. Yeah, I swear. The only reason she can like someone is when she feels like she's above that person. Like with that little printer's apprentice. Oh my God, she thought she was so much better. I like Francesca, but even that. Now, don't get me wrong. I am grateful. I am so grateful that, actually, I think she was right with Hyacinth, but I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm so grateful that Francesca and her man, the cousin, the black girl, did not come back with them. I'm like on the edge. I'm hoping she doesn't come back because they were trying to make that into a whole nother storyline and I was going to be really upset. That's so funny, lawyer. She's like if someone wrote Lizzie from memory. That's a great way to put that. Yeah. She literally is not like other girls, but just for attention, though. And as soon as she meets a man, she's gonna put on all the airs. What a loser. And the thing is, she doesn't even do what she wants to do. She wants to be a Bridgerton. Oh yes, don't spoil it, guys. Cecilia did only finish episode 1. That's true. Yes, I'm literally right at the point where the stepmother has realized it's Sophie. Like they're looking out the window and Benedict's got the glove. And I was like, I just cannot. I just cannot. Faye says she can't connect with Francesca. Her marriage seems awkward. Well, it's obviously supposed to be a queer love story. Because remember when the cousin, I think they kissed or something, or they held hands or some shit at the end of season 3, and they all went off to the Highlands together. Was cousin, sister, something. And I was like, this is just another way to make us. I don't even want to talk about it. But I was not pleased. So I was glad we don't see her right now. But I'm in constant terror she's going to show up. But that's the worst part of these shows that are white women run. Because the only men who they have who are unambiguous. The only people, rather, they have who are unambiguous are men. Because Francesca's husband and Lady Danbury's brother are as dark as sable. And all the black women you see this season are, whatever, mixed. Time to call a spade a spade. And I'm like, where are we? And I fear the only time we're going to be seen is to join the cadre of people worshiping white women. So that's bothersome. Like that pretty little lady in waiting that asked the queen could she be excused because she's pregnant. She was a gorgeous dark skinned girl, but it's like she's getting out of here. She's getting put out. So yeah, exactly. Dark skinned black women are decorative. She didn't even talk. Literally, the little whatever he was guy had to speak for her, and she was so pretty. I liked her in her little wig. Oh no. Women like Eloise always want a man. She is very much, I'm not like other girls. And honestly, I don't think that the showrunner, based on what I've seen of her work, would do that to Eloise. Because the whole point of this and all of the shows and things that are coming out right now are to recondition women, particularly white ones, for marriage. So there's no world in which she's going to be like, this is valid. What she's going to show, I'll do my predictions for the season. Eloise has to meet a man because the right man makes everything okay, and he's gonna respect her intelligence, and she's gonna be like, she doesn't have to be so hard because the right man's gonna make her want to be feminine and soft, and she's gonna have to ask her mother for advice on how to ensnare this guy, and she's gonna be afraid that one of the pretty debutantes is gonna take him away, and all this other bull. Yeah, I actually did think Madame Delacroix, the seamstress, and Benedict were going to be a thing because they did have good chemistry. You're right. Eloise did have chemistry with Cressida, but that's just because Cressida is an interesting character. Honestly, Cressida had chemistry with everybody. Cressida had chemistry with the earth. But yeah. And honestly, Eloise is so self-involved. Even if her character was supposed to be queer, she wouldn't be able to sell it as convincing. I couldn't see her loving another woman as much as she loves herself. Always being so horrible last season made me realize how much I love Cressida. And her hair and outfits made me laugh so much. I was like, I wonder how big her hair and sleeves will get. What? Now, somebody remind me what happened to Cressida, because I could not watch that horrible little recap. So where's Cressida now? Didn't she marry somebody or something? Yeah, those feathery sleeves were particularly terrible. And those shoulder pads, I was like, is this a 1980s TV show? What's happening here? A lot of the clothes last season were just uniformly terrible. The only thing I liked was when Edwina and Kate had on those sari-inspired gowns. Those were pretty. Everything else was ugly. I like those bangles too. Those are pretty.
Faye says, Eloise is the definition of white privilege and white feminism. Someone says she's the Taylor Swift of that era. I love it. That's the exact right way to encapsulate her character. And that's why she's got to have a happy ending. Because if everybody else gets to be married, including the lower on the social scale Penelope, and let's be honest, the larger Penelope, if they get to catch Bridgertons and Sophie Beck, who is working as a servant but who has whatever position, will eventually get to catch a Bridgerton, then Eloise can't be left on the shelf, you know. She's gonna pretend, you know, and that of itself is actually a social statement. Let me write that down. I'm gonna want to talk about that later. Where's my pen? Well, I'm gonna talk about it to y'all, so I don't forget about it too much. She was sent off by her parents to marry my children. Oh yeah. Well, I hope we get to hear about Cressida's marriage. I hope it wasn't too much of a punishment because it looked pretty grim. And I remember being so sorry for her. I think I might have shed a tear or two. Because, child, that's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Oh, come here. Okay. Found my writing journal. I have to, gotta write that down. Hold on. Eloise. To reverse the tides. She is insufferable. Okay, all done. Okay, I think Taylor's a lesbian too. Yeah, no, she probably is. But I don't know. I think somebody made a very compelling argument last year. They were saying that Taylor is in fact not a lesbian. She just wants to be with some sort of alt-right Nazi like Matt Healy, and she knows that will hurt her brand, so she can't be with him, but she's very bitter. So she's just with, you know, whoever she can be with. And I think it's possible. They laid it out. It was very convincing. And I said to myself, yeah, look at Sandra Bullock. Sandra Bullock would still be with her husband today if he hadn't cheated on her. But she didn't care about that man being a literal neo-Nazi. All she cared about was the fact that he cheated on her with Kate Von D. And I'm like, I'm supposed to care? I'm supposed to care. Okay. Like, the people, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at you cheating on me. Well, no, she broke up with him. I can pretty pertinent tell you the year. Taylor broke up with Matt Healy. As soon as he got exposed for doing that smotsy salute, that was before people were calling it a Roman salute and pretending you were giving the world your heart or some shit like that. So, no. That was 2 years ago when that was still unacceptable. So she couldn't keep him. It'd probably be okay now. I'm sure. Well, she hasn't married Travis yet, so maybe she's seeing which way the wind blows. Child, don't even get me started on Sandra Bullock, because I wish that woman every ill. I really do. I wish that woman every ill, because I'm still mad about how she adopted a black child, literally, to make the world think she wasn't aligned with her Nazi husband. You've been married to the man a decade. What do I care who you adopted? Now he looks so dirty. Y'all are so funny. Y'all are so hilarious. It's honestly funny to me because these dudes will be so obsessed with us. I'm like, baby, Why don't you? What homegirl said? What Miranda said to the Nazi on Grey's Anatomy? Just relax. Somebody will be in here to see about the master race after a while. Like, baby, just leave us alone. Why are you so obsessed with us? You're supposed to be the master race. Go mind your business. Like, always up in our stuff, trying to figure out what we doing. Leave us off. Oh my god. Don't let me be started on her in that damn book. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that. Mm-mm-mm. Very sad. I hate being cold. I hate when it's cold outside because I swear you spend an inordinate amount of time in the bed because it's cold. And you're like, oh, I don't want to walk around the house because it's cold. And there's only so much you can turn the heat up. I mean, I guess I can do what I want because I live alone now. So I can actually keep it boiling hot in here if I want to. So maybe I'll go do that. Maybe I'll go do that. I don't understand it. I mean, I understand it, but I don't understand it that the white people now think that giving that salute is like the height of whatever. Because I'm like, babe, at the end of the day, yeah, maybe Hitler killed 100,000 black people, but he killed a whole lot more of yours. Like, he killed a ton of Americans and British people and whatnot. Shouldn't you be concerned about that? I'm like, that was your grandfather. Like, my grandfather lived through the war. So, all these white people, oh, they love Nazis. So I'm like, that was your people they killed. My people came home straight. And my other grandfather fought in Korea and he was fine too. So, I'm like, my people, they were not actually on the beaches of Normandy, but they came back. Yes, they are wannabe edgelords. But I mean, it's even more than that because, like I said, it's a self burn. It's a self own. Like, that was y'all. That was your people. They were effing up. So why am I supposed to be whatever about it? Alexandra says, Cecilia, I watched that video you made on Travis's photo shoot, the GQ one. That was a mess. It burned my eyes. Now, I think that they think that we care. They want our attention so bad, and they swear that they are hurting black people or any person of color. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna give the salute. I'm gonna put up this flag. I'm like, baby, do you want a cookie? Do you want a round of applause? Like, I don't know what you're looking for from me. I ain't got it for you, buddy. I ain't got it for you. I think it was my mom or maybe my dad, but they were like one time, a white man, cut them off in traffic and was all mad at them or whatever, and the man screams out, "You nigger!" And they just gave him like a round of applause. They just clapped like, okay, like now you've said it, and nothing makes people madder than when they want you to get outside yourself and start screaming and shouting, and you just don't. It's so funny. I remember going to college, and it's only happened like once or twice, but you'd be walking along minding your own business, and white people shout out the window, ah, nigger. I was like, that's it? That's all you got? They want attention so bad, it's honestly quite sad. But that is why I don't listen to all of this rah rah they got going on right now because they want you to believe it's a few bad apples and this and that. Baby, racism is a group activity. They are cowards. They don't do it unless they're together. So when white people say, "Oh, I don't know anybody who uses it," like, you're a liar. You're a liar because you only use it when you're together. So, yep, it's the classic case of effing around and finding out. Like, we need your help. Us niggers? No, we're okay. We're going to stay inside. Everybody's got to know. Everybody doesn't. Everybody should have voted the right way, but they didn't. So, our part of the group project is done. And now it's time for you to do yours. Literally, the majority of the people wanted the current president, and that tells us everything we need to know. So I'm like, they're going to have to live with the consequences. I'm going on about my business, living my best life, and ain't going back and forth with anybody, honestly. Living my best life, ain't going back and forth with anybody. Trying to figure out if it's too cold to wash my hair is like literally where I'm at mentally right now. Oh, now I will say, you guys be careful of men. Be careful of the ex-wives trying to invade women's spaces. I told you there was going to be more of this last year, and sadly, I was proven right. I had a hair appointment on Wednesday, and they were calling me on Tuesday, and they said, no appointments this week. I said, what's going on? And they said there was an incident. Incident translates to some idiot was trying to control his girlfriend and came to the salon to unalive people. I don't know if he actually got anyone, but I do know they're closed. And I was just like, why can't we have nice things? This is why we can't have nice things. And I said to myself, you know something? It's only ever feminine dominated professions. Because that's happened to plenty of hair salons. I don't know if you all know that, but watch the news and you'll see it. I said, now, if this woman worked in a law office, or if she worked with something blue collar, um, if she worked in a body shop, this man would have never dared. But because it's a hair salon and you think, oh, it's a bunch of women, I can go terrorize women and nobody's going to do anything about it. You're so entitled. You're entitled to invade women's spaces. Or like the guy out in California, his wife was a special needs teacher and he went and shot up the school, you know. I'm like, yeah, you'll go and you'll invade a woman centric space, a school, a salon, a nursing station, but you ain't never went to some place that was male dominated to aggravate her at those jobs. I know it doesn't happen at a barbershop. I know it doesn't. Won't leave us alone. So yeah, I told you they're gonna be coming into your space. Remember the guy last year went to shoot up the yoga studio? Yeah, any place where you are, they are thinking about it, they're plotting on it 24/7. So keep your head on a swivel and be careful. Yep, the Ariana Grande concert, that Taylor Swift themed dance marathon or whatever it was out there in the UK where that teenager stabbed those little girls. It's always something. Alexandra, it's actually a beauty school. I actually go to a beauty school. It's cheaper and they do a great job. Yeah, so it's a beauty school. The ex-wives are aware of beauty schools. So be careful. Mo says men are suing gyms for having women's only spaces or hours while using women's presence as a reason for assault when they're in mixed company. It's always something. They are, I've told you. But the more they become irrelevant, the more they're exposed as not having any value and actually being negative value, the more angry they become that you're existing and you're thriving. Because what they want is the attention. They want the attention. They want to be the center of your attention because the beauty salon, if you think about it, used to be somewhat of a protected space. Like men used to mock it, But men were very adamant that they didn't want to go into the beauty salon space. That was the joke on King of Queens, or like Everybody Loves Raymond. Oh, my wife's at the beauty salon and she left her purse, or I'm supposed to pick her up. I can't go inside the beauty salon. The beauty salon was supposed to be like the scary spot because women were supposed to be in there talking about their men, talking about their husbands. I personally think there's a correlation between the rise in violence at the beauty salon and the fact that men feel we're not talking about them in there. We're more independent of them, so now they want to be suspicious of what's happening at the beauty salon. They feel as though women at the beauty salon are saying, "Leave your man," when probably we're just talking about our hair. Like, we're trying to get our brows waxed and get our hair done. Like, that's it. Baby, yes, I be getting my everything. Get a lovely little blowout in there for $20. I try to. I'm a fine-haired natural masquerading as a blow dry natural, so I'm actually very upset. Somebody give me some language, because now that I've been working out every day, I've been getting my hair, just braided back, just like two French braids. I look like a boxer, but it's very cute. And most of the time they just charge me the regular old price, because I get my hair blow dried and then I get it braided back. So they just charge me the $20 for the blow dry, because it's just like whatever. Last time the white man at the desk said, "Oh, and if you want to get braiding, it's $35 extra." I'm like, baby, it's two French braids. It's not like I'm sitting here getting my entire head cornrowed. It like literally takes 10 minutes. It's French braids, and it's not braiding. It's literally a style. I think it's no different than if I came in here. It's actually a lot less work than if I came in here and got the style that comes with a blow dry. Like, I'm not asking you to bump any ends with a curling iron. I'm not asking you to pull out no heat tools. Braid the hair and shut up. And he was like, "It's a style." Like, it's not a style, and my person doesn't care. And they did their favorite thing. There's something I hate more than this on this earth. "Well, we'll do it this time, but next time." I was like, I don't know if it's ironic or not that next time there was no next time because the guy tried to shoot the salon up. I'll have to think about that. Oh yes, I always tip my person very well, because you're getting the service so cheap. It's a little self-care thing. I go and I get my hair washed. I don't have to detangle it, and somebody else is doing the labor of helping me to grow it out. Oh, I got something better for them. I always get the information of my stylist if I like them, and she works at another salon, so I'm just gonna go and have her teach me how to do the French braids, because I cannot braid to save my life. So I'm gonna go be taught, and then I can just have them do the blow dry part, and I can braid it myself, and that'll be that. It's so hard. Alexandra said one day her girl wasn't there and they gave her this fair skinned lady, and that was a mess. Child, they tried me one time. One time they tried to give me a white girl for ironwork. If you just want your hair flat iron, they call it, quote, ironwork. Baby, she went to touch it. I said, "Stop." I said, because, actually, fun fact, I have had white women flat iron my hair in the past, but those were white women who had been recommended by black stylists and who had whatever level of education. And so I felt comfortable. They had an educator over their shoulder. I felt pretty chill. But this woman went to reach in. I said, "Hold on there. Hold on there, buddy." I said, "Tell me about your experience with textured hair." She said, "Oh, I don't have any. I'm from Iowa." I said, "Please keep your hands to yourself." I said, "I'm going to leave. I'm going to head out." But yes, I was like, I will not be the guinea pig. Actually, the white girl who blow dried my hair before and flat ironed it, she had a black baby daddy. And she's like, "Oh, and my kids." I was like, "Babe, just do the hair." just, just do the hair. Yeah, I can't have that. I can't have that. Alexandra says she was trying to detangle my hair and was taking so long the sections dry before she could finish them. Don't even worry about it, baby. Keep your hands to yourself. I would say that's the one thing I don't like. Well, actually, there are a few things I don't like, but that's the main thing I don't like about the school because it's just such a hassle when it comes to that sort of thing. For example, you cannot say, I want a black hairstylist, which, fair enough. I understand how that could be misused or misconstrued or whatever. But I feel as though they're not being fair because literally they only put it on the books that schools have to teach about black hair in like 2015. Like it's only been a handful of years. So if somebody is not comfortable or confident in your ability, you should have to explain it. Like you don't get to blanket ban the people because the law has been racist all this time. And honestly, they still, to me, don't have enough education on black hair because some of the stuff that they try to do is just crazy. So I know how to talk my way around it. I would like one of your students who has an expert level of knowledge on textured hair, or my favorite one. I will go. They'll give me a person. Let's say they assign me to Karen. I'm like, okay, Karen. I act like I'm really gonna sit down and get my hair done. I'll walk around. I get all the names of the black students, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, I'm actually out of time. I don't have time to sit for the service today, but I will definitely come back." And I make sure I call in and I make an appointment with one of the black students. Now that's for free. Tuh. Faye says it reminds her of a girl who had a black boyfriend and did braids, washed the hair without combing it after she was warned, and she had to cut most of her hair. Child. Alexandra said, I will consider that if they try me again. I've had to invent my own stuff because there have been a few times where actually I've had my requested person. I always have a main student who I'm closest with. And I had my main student the last couple times. They tried to switch me over to somebody else. I don't know why. I mean, granted, my student is the best. She is the most requested. We love her. But they've been constantly like, I'll go in and I'll be assigned to my person. And they'll be like, oh, well, we're going to put you with Sarah today and let Keisha go with somebody else. No, you're not. Like, I requested Keisha. You're not doing this. It's not happening. And then, oh, so let me tell you about what happened. My other most requested student, let me find her a black name. Let me see. Imani. So, they graduate because it's a school. So, Imani was my most requested person last year. And Imani said, what happened? I said, I don't know what you mean. I said, she said they put some notes on your like client file. I was like, oh, what'd they say? She was like, girl, they were saying you were belligerent and you were this and you were that. I said, oh, I wasn't any of those things, but I know exactly what happened. That was the time before when the other one was trying to do ironwork on my hair, and I tell her to back on up. I was like, yeah. I asked the woman if she had any experience with textured hair. She said, quote, I am from Iowa. And no, I do not, but I'm sure I'll do a good job. And I literally asked her a couple follow-up questions. I was like, I was never gonna let her touch my hair after she said that, but I asked follow-up questions just to see what she knew or didn't know. And I said, how do you think you would go about straightening such hair? And she said, isn't straightening all hair the same? I said, yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out. But I was trying to be nice about it. So the first thing that happens is they ask you what you want, right? And then when they ask you, the educator, like the teachers come over and they ask you, oh, you know, basically, are you comfortable with everything and everything like that? And they also confirm that, like, let's say you went in there to have your hair blow dried. They're gonna say, are you here to have it blow dried? You'll be like, yeah. And they'll write it on the board and that'll be the end of it and you'll get your service. So the educator comes over, and I was trying not to embarrass Miss Lady in front of her teacher. And so I said, she'd offered me some water. I said, yes, I would love some water. I'm very parched. And she goes, and I said, listen, this woman let me know she didn't have any experience with texture hair, and that's fine, but I just don't feel particularly comfortable. And so I'm gonna go. And the teacher was trying to like make me think I was crazy. She was like, "Oh, well, you have to give them a chance, and that's how they get experience." I was like, "They're not going to be getting experience on my hair. I just do not feel comfortable." And I was like, and typically when the student expresses that they have absolutely no training in that area, the educator steps in. I was like, I'm gonna go, but were you really planning to stand here and like teach her whatever? She's like, oh, I don't have time for that today. It was Saturday. I said, yeah, I figured as much. I'm gonna head out. And baby, she's like, and they were saying you were this and you were. I was like, babe. She's like, don't worry, I made them take it off. I appreciate that, but they could say whatever they want to. What one thing they're not gonna call me is bald, because that's what I would have been if I tried to like smile and put myself in that situation. I was like, I'm the only one who has to live with my hair, so I'm never going to put myself in a position where I'm uncomfortable. Like I literally, 9 times out of 10, I have black stylists, and that's fine. But the one whatever that I don't, I talk, I question, and I'm telling you, I get mad because sometimes I get fooled. I feel like they did that on purpose. So one time after that last incident, I requested my person. They said, "Oh, Imani's not available," but we have. I'm trying to think of a name. Uh, we have basically Rachel Dolezal because this girl, she almost had me fooled. She is about Zendaya's color, and she had on these faux locks, right? And she was talking about her man, her man, her man. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not. She did a great job of my hair. She blow dried it. I even let her straighten it. Baby, I come back the next week. And when I tell you she had taken out those faux locks and was just a white girl, I was like, you got me. You got me. I mean, you didn't really because I could hear it in your voice, but it's effective. Effective cosplay. Oh, there's no cutting. I don't do heat and I don't do cutting if it's not with one of my preferred people. I have to know you intimately for you to cut my hair. Mm-mm. Because people are looking for any excuse to cut that thing off. They want to hack the heck out of your hair and whatnot. Mm-mm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Manic Pixie Nightmare said she knew a black girl in high school who went to white hairstylists and you could tell. That's wild. I don't, well, I wouldn't use the IUD or the pill, so it doesn't really matter. But how y'all get on the IUD and the pill? They are very scissor happy. Very scissor happy. And I was like, nope, don't touch me. Keep your hands to yourself. And I'm telling you, sometimes I feel like it's conspiracy. But it's like that with everything in life. Everything in life has its complications or whatever. At the end of the day, as a fine haired natural, I really do believe in the people saying that you have to get your hair washed every 7 to 10 days. And Lord knows I'm not going to do it. That's all day. Wash day is all day long if you have natural hair, especially natural hair of a certain length. So I said, I'm not going to stress myself out. Not when I can pay 14. It's $14, babe. $14. So I'm willing to put up with a little unorthodox behavior to have my hair washed, blow dried, and braided. And I can go to the gym every week. $14. I'll take it. I will take it. I was telling my mom last night, I said, my head is so itchy because I normally get it washed once a week and I didn't get my Wednesday appointment. But if I wash it myself, the terrorists win. If I wash it myself, the demographics win, and I just cannot allow that. Yep, USD, lawyer, USD, baby. And of course, I give my stylist a great tip, but at the end of the day, it's whatever, $30. Like, who doesn't want that? Everybody wants that. So I am willing to put up with a certain amount of unorthodox behavior for that low price. And she's so good. And like, it doesn't, what thing I love about a black hairstylist who you've developed a rapport with is they don't care how small certain things are. They're going to make you comfortable. For example, she braided my hair 3 weeks ago now. Yeah, the first week of the new year. Yeah. So she braided my hair 3 weeks ago. And, she did it in two French braids going straight back. It looks perfect, just how I like it. But I typically bring in my own bands, and I didn't bring in any. And so she put rubber bands at the end. They were coated, but still. And I was very like, of whatever. And the first thing she said to me 2 weeks ago when I came in was, how'd you feel about the rubber bands? I was like, as soon as I got home, I broke them lengthwise because I just get so scared about them being tangled in there. I don't want my ends to suffer. Like, I'm really trying to grow my hair out. And she was like, okay, what do you want me to do? I said, I brought silk bands. She's like, let me have them. And she tied my hair up using them. And she's like, I have no problem always doing this. I was like, thank you. And she did it so well. I mean, it stayed in the whole week until I took them out on Tuesday thinking I was going to get my hair done, but that's really another story. So yeah. Well, it's just my hair grows fast naturally. I'm really just trying to retain the length, but I know it only does that when I keep the ends tucked. They don't like to be seen by the general public. They're shy. And as a fine haired natural, I feel like your hair naturally develops more density the longer you grow it. Literally, Mo gets it. She says she resents thin hair genetics and a health shift changing her texture. Having hair to her bum is the only way to fudge fullness. Literally. Only when my hair is mid back length do I seem like I have any kind of thickness at all. Otherwise, I'm running my hair looking like homegirl who used to be the editor for Essence. It's not it for me. I already have a big forehead, so I gotta do what I can. And it's no shade, no tea, because she was a pretty girl, but I know that I come from a family full of thick-haired people. I have the fine hair genetics, and I'm not mad. Like, you gotta take the bitter with the sweet. I don't have to shave my legs, which is great. I'll take it. I have to shave my legs. Um, One of my close relations, I'm not gonna name no names, be having to near their arms, but she also has beautiful hair down her back. So life is a compromise. Yep. I'm not trying to be Susan Taylored out here, man. I'm trying for my hairline to look somewhat good. Got to do what I can. I'm trying to figure out if I want to. I've already decided I'm not washing it myself. Like that's not happening. But I'm trying to see if I want to do a little faux wash. Sometimes when I get desperate, I will mix up some leave-in conditioner and some water. Smear your hair with that, and then put on coconut oil, and then like lots of coconut oil. I mean, like if you were to shake your head, oil would fly off, right? Then you must band your hair. Okay, any bands will do, but I like to use the little Conair ones. So then you must band your hair, right? Leave it like that, or you can put it in two buns. You can put it in a high bun and a low bun. Either way it works. Leave it like that under a cap or a scarf, your choice, for a few hours. Do not wash it out. Comb through from the ends. Doesn't take long. Takes like 10 minutes. Your hair should be nice and softened through the chaff and everything from the coconut oil, okay? You should be able just to run your brush or whatever through it. Then, after that, you can take a towel or an old t-shirt and squeeze the excess oil off. And you can do a little rinse if you want. I personally will just leave it because if you put enough leave-in conditioner and oil, it first of all gives some hang time, and when it dries, it'll dry through. Curls will pop, and it can get you through a few days. So yeah, if I'm really beside myself and the people aren't picking up the phone, that's what I do. Actually, it's 5:18. Let me give them a call and see if they're back open yet. I know they were closed yesterday, and they were threatening to not be open today, but let's see. With God's grace, they'll be back because I really, really need my hair washed. All right, people. I'll holler at you. It's been real. Yep, they sure do that, Mo. All right, I'll see y'all later.